Fort Worth, Texas, Colonial Country Club for the final round of the Charles Schwab Challenge. We have seen gorgeous sunshine up above throughout the course of the week. Temperatures in the mid-80s to low 90s. And it has been tough for the players just to find a little bit of shade. But they certainly know the breeze is up today. Fans will enjoy that. Players maybe not, as it will certainly have an effect on the way they shape their shots. And there is a demand on that here. And if you hope to have your name added to the Wall of Champions, you must be precise off the tee and with your iron play to have any chance to see if you can put a good number on the card today. At the top, it's Scottie Scheffler at 11 under par. We will see him begin his final round coming up in just a bit. But right now, we'll get back to the work with those on the course. This is 18. Ian Poulter trying to get to this back pin location. And Poulter from 40 feet left with a short putt to finish up. And so Poulter, a couple of bogeys at 16 and 17. So at least he ends that with a par, but finishes 2 over. And that's his official score for the week as well. Poulter alongside Sebastian Munoz. Now Patrick Reed. That second shot, certainly offline. So now the challenging play here is third. And that one is going to run to the opposite side. Really had no choice but to try and make sure he played over the bunker and guarantee a spot on the green. But that's still a lot further than he was hoping for. Now Munoz at 18. Oh, that one just runs through the right edge. And so Munoz with a par to finish. Both he and Poulter played the last 2 holes in 5 over combined. That's not what you usually see coming in, but 16 and 17 got the best of both of them. The star from Columbia just exhaling a little bit. He wanted to have a better finish than that. All you can do is just chalk it up to the day's events. Sometimes they don't go the way you had envisioned. Now this long play, a birdie chance for Reed, but from the opposite side of the green, 46 feet, just missing on that left side. So a 5-footer left for par. Patrick Reed has just really had a tough start. After a 71 on Saturday, he is in danger of beginning this day 1 over. And that would even up his work on one of the scoring holes. He's just 1 under through 3 rounds at 1. Second into the third for Putnam. Putnam, this one from 204 yards, just to the front portion, well away from the flag. And in that greenside bunker, that will mean he's got about a 60-foot shot coming up. To move to 8 under, Chris Kirk. That's in. He knows these greens very well. He has put on the winner's jacket, and he would love to do it again. So a made putt there. Kirk, that heart rate never seems to get past 60, does it? Just always in that relaxed, slow, trained mode. Hostler is at 6 under. And now the approach into the dogleg left. Beginning the horrible horseshoe. 161 yards. And this one's springing just above the hole. And at least it held its spot very close to the cup. So 15 feet above, and he'll see if he can make that. Important one here to make for Patrick Reed. This is to avoid bogey. Well, that horseshoes back to Patrick Reed, and it just really tells the story of the hole. He was left, right, and then it swung around the cup back at him with that last putt. So painful to begin your day with a 6 on the par 5.
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to the 2022 Charles Schwab Challenge. This is our 105 tee time. First to tee from Oak Ridge, Tennessee, Scott Stallings.
The Tennessean, who's won 3 times on tour, or 2 times on tour, including out at Torrey Pines. And yesterday got untracked early and off the rails a bit, and then played the last 7 holes 3 under to salvage a 70 and find himself in the next to last pairing. Been a productive week for him, Ian. Shot 2 rounds of 67 on Monday to qualify for the U.S. Open. And his fine plays continued here at Colonial. This is par 5 opener.
Very solid ball striker, Scott Stallings. Hits the ball low, good in the wind.
Took it right over that gentle dog leg near that 200-yard mark.
Next to tee from Gastonia, North Carolina, Harold Varner III.
Only been 5 players in the field who have been under par every day, and Harold is one of them. Rounds of 66, 68, 68. Had the 54-hole lead last month at Harbor Town. Finding himself in late starting times more and more often, seeking his first tour win today. And that one, get through that rough? Not quite.
Yes, you would think it's about time for Harold Varner. He did win overseas earlier this year, and he seems to be up there and a chance to win very often.
Off to a good start is Mito Pereira. He's at the second after a birdie at 1.
Trying to make back-to-back here, coming back up the hill. Oh, and how about that? Fast start for Pereira. So impressive how he put last week's disappointment behind him quickly. Only 3 behind now.
There is Randy Smith. It's been his teacher since under the age of 10. He's been watching this action and mentoring Scottie Scheffler to where now he's just been a dominant player since winning on Super Bowl Sunday, February 13th it was, at the Waste Management Phoenix Open, and has not let up. I mean, you get a streak like this. Hello, friends. Great to be sitting alongside Ian today. And of course, you got a glorious record here as a past champion. And now maybe you have Scottie Scheffler joining the ranks of that list and the wall of champions off the first tee right alongside you, and some great names as well.
And a lot of great Texans. Obviously started out with Ben Hogan, who won here the first 2 times, so, and 5 times in all. But I think he's going to be hard to beat. He hits the ball very well. He's great in the wind. Coming from Texas, you're used to playing in the heat and the wind. And this golf course is just, it can be a brute. It's not a brute in length, just over 7,000 yards past 70. But you have to hit your iron shots well. You have to drive it well. And as Scotty's proved yesterday, around the greens, there's not too many better than him.
Well, that's part of it. When he won at Augusta, his play around the greens, the up and downs, the chip ins.
Incredible.
And we've seen it here. But what else is it about him that has made him the star that he is?
His attitude, the people he has surrounding him, his mum and dad, a fantastic Randy Smith. What a great man. He's been a champion professional PGA member himself for many years. Just being surrounded by that positivity and good people. Sort of like Jordan Spieth.
Well, you mentioned Spieth, and now you got Spieth, you got Scheffler, Texas duos, and there have been Texas duos that have been in these parts such a big part of the story through the years, going back to Hogan and Nelson and Crenshaw and Kite and Scheffler and Spieth. And there is Jordan at the 6th hole.
Already off to a good start. Nearly holed his 2nd shot, actually, from trouble on the par 4 third. Yeah, and the biggest problem at the moment, we're going to see it all day, is that south breeze. It's coming directly into his face. It's what's causing the issue right now, because if a short iron hangs up in the air, it does not get there.
Exactly. Too much spin is your enemy on a day like today with gusting winds.
Oh, needs to hang on.
He urged it to stop moving. Okay, well, here are the vital names behind it all. The original architects back in 1936, Breedamus and Perry Maxwell. And a nod, as always, to the unsung heroes, golf course superintendent and his team, Rich McIntosh and Brian Shorston, Dow Finsterwald Jr. It's a great team here at Colonial. And we're back to the first hole. And Varner, you can see, just a foot off of getting to that much more playable second cut. A little yard strip from the fairway to the thicker stuff, but missed that.
It really is an easy opening birdie hole if you do drive it in the fairway, because it's reachable. We've seen 14 eagles here so far this week. Just missed that tree in front of him. That's the key thing. See how far he gripped down on the grip there to make sure that he got as much speed on it as possible. What a great shot here for Varner, opening hole.
Look at this. This is going to get right to hole high, and he's inside 15 feet for an eagle. I didn't think he was going to be able to do that. Anyone could do that from that rough. We're at 2.
And Kirk, after a big tee shot down here, just 66 yards left. Can he control that spin? Yeah, that's very well done. Anything just past that hole can fall off the back of the green. Back to 1.
And Stallings. 209 it is. Top Tracer technology powered by Top Golf, and that will carry him into the bunker. I said before, 3 wins. It's 3 wins just to set the record straight for Stallings. Wins at the Greenbrier and the True South Classic, and then the one we mentioned with the Farmers Insurance at Torrey Pines.
Remember that Greenbrier win with the little Masters pencil that he had? Remember that? It was just a nub left. It was so short.
He was carrying it around, Augusta National pencil, to remind himself that that's what the goal was, to get there one day, and he did by virtue of that win. We're at 6.
So chance for birdie after that second shot spun back. No, nicely done. I was just about to say, if Jordan's balls had airs on it, he'd never miss a shot, really. I mean, he's redirecting that ball. I mean, 3 birdies already. Would have birdied every single hole up until now. Good start. From one Texan to another.
Scheffler on the first tee. Brendan Todd, who shot the round of the day on Saturday by a couple of shots with 65. The way he goes about it, Scheffler, is just so nonchalant. Everything about it never feels like it's high tension. Although when he won the Masters, he let us in a little window into what it was really like behind the scenes. And there was a lot of anxiety that Sunday morning before he teed off with the lead.
A lot of emotion, that's for sure. And then he is going to do something even more special today when you look at the fact that if he does go on and win, that'd be 5 wins in 10 starts, but 5 wins before the 1st of June, and join an elite group in doing so.
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to the 2022 Charles Schwab Challenge. This is our last tee time of the day from Dallas, Texas, and current Masters champion, Scottie Scheffler.
He won the Masters in his 3rd attempt, which is precisely what Byron Nelson did in his 3rd attempt. Byron was 25 when he won it for the first time. Scottie Scheffler was 25 when he won it this April.
Scotty.
Oh, that's that right rough direction. He's going to get past it. Oh, no. Clatters around.
It's out in the primary rough, and you'll have basically a clear shot,
Okay.
although long.
Well, Dottie, we just saw Harold Varner knock it onto the green from that right rough.
Next to tee from Athens, Georgia, Brendan Todd.
He was bogey-free yesterday. Leads the field this week in driving accuracy.
Lists this as his favorite course on the PGA Tour. Loves coming back here.
He likes the fact that you don't have to hit it, miles to have the advantage here. There's an equalizing factor to this design.
Yeah, it's all about that second shot. It's all about the irons and the precision. Small greens, Perry Maxwell style. And that's what he does so well. He drives it straight. Hopefully it doesn't go too far.
So, full 18-hole coverage coming your way today. Can Scottie Scheffler have 5 wins before June? Now, Stallings got that bounce into the bunker and unlucky break here. Couldn't play it directly at the flagstick, and he just couldn't even get it on the green.
Yeah, it came in so hot, ran up against the back bank.
Over to 2.
And Kirk trying to start birdie. Ooh, that carrying too much speed. His 12th start here, never missed the cut. Winner in 2015. Oh, he seems to play well around this golf course. Back to 1.
And Stallings now to play his 4th. Remember, Varner's about 12 feet away for eagle. Pops it up, and he'll have to lean on his putter to save par here from 6-7 feet. We're at the third hole.
Yeah, started the horrible horseshoe. Talented 25-year-old. See that follow through, trying to hit a little draw from that left side. Beautifully played too. There's a slight ridge behind that. He didn't even need that. Of course, this is that start of that 3-hole stretch, 3, 4, 5, that plays considerably harder than the rest of the golf course. Now back to the first.
As you mentioned, Ian, 14 eagles for the week. This would be a big one for the 15th.
Oh, you hate leaving eagle putts short. That's a no-no.
It gets to 9 under in a tie for second, 2 back. All the way ahead at the 18th. Past champion Daniel Berger won here in June of 20. Look at this. Oh my gosh.
Nothing but net.
Yeah. How about that? Dunk. How good was that? So he gets to walk off with a smile like he did in that first event back from COVID. June of 20 in a playoff win over Morikawa. Nice par saved by Stallings at 1.
Yeah, he didn't deserve more than par there. He had a good second shot, just a little turn.
It's a lot of work for a par after a sensational
Yes.
tee shot, only 209 in. Some of the surrounding sites, as we tell you, the Charles Schwab Challenge is sponsored by Srixon. Level up with ZX irons built for distance. Liberty Mutual Insurance, only pay for what you need. And by Charles Schwab, the official investment firm of the PGA Tour. Botanical Gardens here in Fort Worth. What a beautiful sight that is as we go out to the 3rd.
Well, this was simply a beautiful second shot in the botanical sense of things, and it's a great 3. So he's in line for that Rookie of the Year award. It's going to be very keenly contested. Back to the par 5 first.
Todd's bringing out some metal for this. Dottie.
Not one to go for a lot of par 5s, but he's gone for every one this week. 267 off a downhill lie. flag cut back left.
Well, that looks great, doesn't it, from up high? Wonderful start here. You've got to get under par the first 2 holes. Short 5, short 4, and then 3 tough holes in a row.
That's on an opening, or a line at the opening.
Oh, it hops up onto the surface, Dottie. Well played. Outside 40 feet, it is. Meanwhile, let's see what Scottie has, you said, opening.
He'll have to move it to the right. We know he likes the shot shape. Wisely laid it up.
Yeah, very good move. Why get it up there in the lip of a bunker or something disastrous and have to struggle for par like he did yesterday?
Let's move up ahead to the 7th hole. Sam Burns is 3 under through his first 6 holes today. Looking for another birdie. How about this? Sam Burns to 8 under par, even with a bogey. Whew. Birdie's 5 of the first 7, and he's in the mix here at the Charles Schwab Challenge.
At the 18th, Canada's Nick Taylor, 1 over right now. He is 2 over today. And that one comes up well short, and it looks like it fell into the bunker. That is hardly what he was visualizing when he hit that shot. But it just spun left into the sand. And so now he's got to try and figure out a way to get up and down from there. Max McGreevy at 16.
Wow.
And McGreevy reacting to the result there. The wind, it looked like it was helping a little bit, but that one comes up short and right. And now Taylor with his 4th shot. Out of the sand. And looking at a bogey here at the last. It is slipping away quickly. He opened with 2 birdies and then made double on the first hole of the horrible horseshoe. Ryan Palmer. Palmer alongside Greavy. And that one taking a nice hop towards his flag from that right side of the green. That will help the Texan. He's trying to end a 3-bogey run. Brad Snedeker with a chance to finish on a high note. While Taylor is struggling, he's looking for birdie, but not on line. So the former FedEx Cup champion with a 5 over day, just a really tough afternoon. Could not get it going his way. Missed out on birdie on the par 5s and was not able to put a circle on the card at all. So a 75 for Snedeker. You know he's not pleased with that.
Live for Scheffler's 3rd shot at 1.
Trying to flight that down breeze from the left.
That's not exactly the way you want to play this hole. Meanwhile, at 7, Burns made birdie a moment ago. Here is Jordan a couple under through the first 6.
Genius around the greens. Got every shot.
Ooh, and that runs out though.
Downwind.
Missed a 4-footer for a par.
He's missed too many short ones the last couple of months, hasn't he? I know he won at the RBC and he's been up there playing well, but he has missed a number of short ones.
That was at the 4th hole, where he missed the green and chipped it up and looked like he was going to be 2 under through 4, but then recovered it though with a 15-footer hold for birdie at the 6th. Back on the green at 1.
Brendan Todd only had 1 eagle coming in here on tour all year. This week he eagled the first yesterday. So if he could knock this one in, he'd be doubling his previous total just on this first hole the last 2 days. As Dottie said, he doesn't go for a lot of par fives. He's not one of the longer hitters. In fact, he'd be one of the shorter hitters. But last week worked very hard on his game with his coach, Brad Hughes. And he said he felt he got about 4 miles an hour extra out of what they were working on. So that's 8 yards.
And give everybody an idea how much yardage that's worth.
8 yards.
Yep. So this for Eagle on the way. Pretty good when you're leading the field in driving accuracy and strokes gained putting. No wonder he comes into this thing playing in the final pairing. You're going to pick up a birdie here. Trim that margin to 1. Well done.
No wonder he lists this course as his favorite course on tour. And just sets up for him beautifully.
At the second.
Varner coming from the rough here. He's got about 10 or 12 yards over that bunker. And that's the thing he was worried about there. If it comes out too hard, it's going to scream over the back of the green. Problems at 2 for Varner. Back to 1.
Got Scheffler over a birdie putt. So his last stroke, his last putt, was at 18 yesterday. Knocked it in from 30 feet 8 inches. This is 25 feet.
Said he struggled yesterday afternoon in the wind with the green speeds. Said it was difficult trying to pick the speed with the severity of the wind and the greens getting faster.
At 7, Spieth, comeback putt after the chip ran out for par. Really well done.
Actually like him better from that distance recently than I do from 4 or 5 feet.
It's going to be a par here for Scheffler. And that leaderboard now shows Scheffler at 11. Todd at 10 off the birdie. Varner and Stallings at 9. Then Burns and Pereira and Riley and Kirk at 8. He only birdied the first hole time on Scheffler once all week. That's a little surprising. Let's go over to Amanda.
Thanks, Jim. It has been such a special week already, starting all the way back on Tuesday when our very own Colt Knost was honored at Royal Oaks Country Club in Dallas, where he became just the 6th person to be added to the club's Champions Plaza along the likes of Don January, Lee Trevino, Justin Leonard. Colt, it's been an incredible couple months for you. You were inducted in the SMU Hall of Fame in November, and now the course that you grew up on. How special was that?
Yeah, that was an unbelievable moment. Something I'd never thought would happen, but to be alongside those greats is really cool. I told him, just make sure you save enough room for Scottie, because he's going to be there very quickly.
Yeah, you've told some great stories about Scottie watching you as you were practicing out there. He learned a thing or two from you. I guess we'll give it to you.
He did, and now the roles have reversed, you know. I mean, he used to follow me around everywhere. Now I feel like I'm following him around everywhere on the PGA Tour.
All right, so let's talk about the 13th hole. We're going to be here all day. There have been more doubles than there have been birdies. The winds have been gusting. Zach Johnson just walked by us and said, no shot we see a 1 today. I hope he's wrong, but what are you expecting?
I agree with Zach. He knows what he's talking about. This hole is going to be brutal today. I mean, this wind is hard off the player's left, the pin all the way in the back right, water to cover. We could see some big numbers here. The drop zone is very, very close to us. Unfortunately for the players, I think you and I are going to see some shots up close and personal.
We have. So if you hear us speaking quietly, it's because we're seeing balls in the water and guys trying to recover from that. Let's send it over to 2. It's going to be a fun day.
It sure is. It's going to be an awesome day. Stallings second now at the second. Way out of position here, actually near the tee boxes at the third. Okay, not too bad from where he was coming from. Had no angle at all. And now up to the 8th hole, Spieth. Tee boxes move forward today. Hole location in the front right. Just 166. That wind, you can see the trees gusting in and out of the left.
Stop moving. Stop moving.
He's begging it. And back to the second now, Todd. Fairway bunkers on the left and right side of this fairway. That one seems to be headed a little left. And so a miscue there, unusual for Todd. As Ian said earlier, normally very accurate off of the tee. Now up at the green, Stallings for his birdie. Just made the par at the par 5 first. And using that center shafted putter for a long time. So slow start here so far. Back to the tee, Scheffler. 359 to the front.
Perfect shot shape and wind conditions for him to send it, Trevor.
Yeah, he can launch that high fade and let it ride the wind. Just creeps into the rough, but because he's on the left-hand side, he'll have a little better angle there. To 3.
Familiar sight, Patrick Reed. Beautiful putting stroke, evenly balanced. No real hit in that stroke, which is good. All it is just tries to roll it, which is good for people at home.
Yeah, you're right, Frank. It's a stroke, not a hit.
You've really got to decide which way you want to putt. Same way as which way you want to hit. Do you want to cut it as your stock shot? Do you want to draw it? But as you can see, it's been a rough start for his final round. Now back to 2.
This was just earlier. Varner coming from down in that deep bunker. And that's pretty good there. Tough to judge the distance. Wasn't able to see anything from down in there. So the leaders are off. Hot, blustery conditions here in Fort Worth today. Scheffler with a 1-shot lead.
Taking a look at this play over the water, Matt Jones. And so he'll try and route it right to left. Jones, a 2-time winner, and that just looks like trouble. As you can see, into the penalty area, coming up short of the bulkhead, and he'll reach for another ball. And depending on what he chooses to do, he go to the ball to the drop area. 16 for Webb Simpson. And Simpson to that front flag. Below the hole, 13 feet from the cup. And he had 2 birdies on the first 2 holes, but he is over par since by 4 shots. Now Victor Hovland. After the Jones miss, Hovland. This one above the hole. That will mean a quick putt coming back down and the wind cutting across this green. So that will be a dicey one. But Hovland safely on the putting surface. That's A1 in terms of the mission when you stand at the tee at 13 or for that matter here at 16. Emiliano Grillo, 4 over. Final round action here at Colonial Country Club. Charles Schwab challenge with Scottie Scheffler coming through the first hole with just a par on the card as he opens with a 5. Now the drop area at the 13th for Matt Jones. After finding the lake in front of this green, that one peeling away, but he'll have a long try for bogey coming up, and we'll see if he can make it. The Aussie with a couple of wins in Houston and at the Honda. And now just try to sort things out. If you can get away with a bogey here, you'll happily take it, head to the next. But Colonial's just such a tough place. And when we see these par 3s on the back 9, that wind has certainly shown itself today. And 13 ranking 3rd most difficult here at Colonial. It's playing over a 1/3 of a shot over par. And we've only seen a half dozen birdies made at the 13th compared to 13 bogeys or worse. So that really does tell the tale of how challenging the 13th has been in this final round.
We're back at the second. Brendan Todd
Window. Got to keep it low. Maybe even use the false front to his advantage, Trevor.
Yeah, just get it to slow down. That's exactly what he's done. Great call there, Dottie. Pretty special from that spot. Now up to the par 3 8th. Spieth trying to make another birdie here and eat into that lead. Putting has been a little better this week, but wow. Smashes that through the break there. Now back to 2, Scheffler.
Nice opening with 65 yards. Cannot fly it all the way there. The lie is pretty wispy.
I see he's going high. Man, just protecting from going over the back there. Such a huge difference between coming from the fairway and the rough here. So through the first hole, Scheffler with a 1-stroke lead over Todd. Both have birdie putts at 2. Varner off to a good start.
Memorial Day weekend provides us with an opportunity to reflect on those in the military who lost their lives while serving our country. Later in the telecast, players, caddies, and fans will participate in a moment of silence as we stop the competition to honor those individuals who made the ultimate sacrifice. I would like to invite those of you watching at home to join us during this moment of reflection. Thank you, and enjoy the final round of the Charles Schwab Challenge.
At the top of the hour, in just a little outside 20 minutes, they will observe a moment of silence with a flyover. And as Jonathan said, they'll stop play for just a moment and recognize all of our heroes on this Memorial Day weekend. We go back to the 8th.
And Spieth trying to save par after that poor first putt. Man, on the move quickly. Gosh, right on cue. As I said, he'd been putting better this week. The announcer's curse. Now back at the second. Scheffler's birdie putt.
A little bit of a, I think, tentative start for Scottie.
Kind of reminds me a little bit of yesterday, Dottie.
Yeah, he did make mention, as Ian did, that he was a little unsure of the speed of the greens yesterday. Missed the first fairway right as he did yesterday.
Yeah, he was a little scratchy, but he hung in there well and made 9 pars to start that third round, and then birdied 10 and 11. Up to 3.
Hey, but he is leading, so can't be that scratchy. Now at 3 stallings, it's got to the corner of the dog leg. The short club, he can get it to stop, that's for sure. Well done, those last of those 3 wins, Jim. That was 8 years ago. 2014, hard to imagine. Time flies. Now back to the second.
And Todd's birdie putt on the way.
What a weapon this club has been for him all week.
Oh, right on cue there. Last 5 seasons, worst position in putting is 20th. This guy can roll his rock, and look at that start. Tied for the lead now with the world #1 to 13.
Victor Hovland now. Colt.
Coming down the hill, a very good look and a rare look at a birdie here at the 13th today. Oh, go on with it.
Just the 6th birdie of the day. There are still 8 double bogeys. Unbelievable. Really good birdie from Victor Hovland there. Over to 3.
Thank you, Amanda. Perfectly positioned Varner. It's a huge drive around the corner. Very much a homemade swing. The club doesn't get back to parallel, but it's his swing and he does well with it. On the golf course around 7,000 yards. He's mighty dangerous. Well, it's a lovely piece of property. It's going to be changed back in forward in 2024. Gil Hands is going to come here. They're going to spend an enormous amount of money, and I wonder if they're considering actually flipping the 9s, because then we would actually see this horrible horseshoe have more of an impact on the golf course.
The horseshoe, the finish at 8, 9, there's water in play.
Well, Dottie, right now, for example, the Horrible Horseshoe has played 185 shots over par. The rest of the golf course, just 5.
Yeah, it's sort of buried in the start, and I think it would be wonderful to see this have a spotlight back on this part of the golf course again.
Really have to pick a line here, isn't it? Whether you take the bunkers on, whether you just hit it down to the corner.
Wind gusting as well from the right now. That might need a bounce, Frank.
Oh, just need a little bit of luck too, Dottie. That's ideal now. Might be a little tree trouble up ahead. But what a great stretch. Ben Hogan loved it. Made it more famous. So you see the dog leg left for a start. So yesteryear you would shape it around the corner, and then of course the 4th. It's a beautiful par 3. And I remember the days when it was into the breeze and it was actually a piece of timber. And then 5. Well, John Mahaffey told me a lot about that. If you can't hit driver down there, he said you shouldn't play. These boys hit a little further now. Scheffler.
A little further?
A lot. Oh, the ability to just crash it over the corner.
Attaboy, Scotty! Hey, watch out behind you, dude. Sorry, Scott. You're good. I didn't want you to fall.
It's been a good story this year. 3 wins on the Corn Ferry Tour a few years ago, and we thought, well, what's that going to amount to? Didn't win for a little while, and then it's just taken off and found a new gear this year. Now up ahead, Varner for 3. Pull within 1. Yep, that's the way to go. Could be a special Sunday. Leaderboard starting to get a little more congested on a nice, warm, balmy day.
Beautiful view from up above here at Colonial. This course has stood the test of time. Sometimes we say that too often and take it for granted, but the golf course here since 1946. Scott Stallings with that just small arcing putt right to left, able to drop that one in. And Stallings with a pair of pars as he starts a 5, 4, and then adds 4 on the first hole of the Horrible Horseshoe. And right now sitting at 10 under. And so coming through with a nice putt made of just inside of 6 feet. So beginning the Horrible Horseshoe with a birdie on the card, very important. Scheffler he's making his way up the fairway. You can feel that wind just right into the player, depending on the direction that they're headed, but it's certainly present. And a couple of pars on Scheffler's card. Now on this 3rd hole, dogleg left, and he's right there at the pivot point. You drive it over those bunkers, which both he and Brendan Todd were able to do. And now looking at about 157 coming in. So the approach shots for Scheffler have been very solid throughout the course of the week. Now at 11 under, Brendan Todd joining Scottie Scheffler atop our leaderboard as he is 2 under through the first couple of holes. Todd started 3 under through 2 on Saturday. That's how he moved into contention. And Scheffler has to feel a little bit of pressure given that he had a 2-shot lead, and now he finds himself in a 2-way tie at the top. Right now they head for their approach shots at 3.
And we're back. First phase of the Horrible Horseshoe. Just looking at Scottie Scheffler, thinking that win that he got at the Arnold Palmer's event. He gets a red sweater, gets a green jacket, and of course, Ian, as you know, they get a plaid jacket this week. So maybe he just wins tournaments with his outerwear. I don't know.
He's going to need a new closet.
That's for sure. It needs a new bigger house.
Good at Christmas time, lots of red and green.
True, but Brendan Todd, he might have a thing to say about that and deny him. Or Varner, Scott Stallings. They're only with one back. Dottie, they're not sure if 8 is enough.
Dottie's can't say anything to that, Frank. That was very good.
I have you coming down 5 yards right for the center of the green. Okay. Yep.
And his Canadian caddy Kirk, they're going to be back in Canada in just a couple of weeks. Looking forward to it. So let's see if 8 iron is the right club. Yeah, right stick, that's for sure. Hole high, always a good sign around here, small greens. Notice now all the players trying to hit their iron shots in around that 100-foot mark plus.
Better control, correct spin rate, soft when it lands. With these small greens too, Frank, middle of the green's not bad on most of these holes and putt back into the corners.
No, I'm just saying this. It would be depends on how soft you want to hit it. Oh, mine chip one in. I can hit the same shot I hit yesterday. Yeah, let's just hit a little baby chip. Perfect. Just hold it right against that camera guy. Yeah.
Might see a knockdown shot here.
Frank, his warm-up was full of knockdown shots. Yesterday, that was the one area he really kind of struggled. He hit some holes trying to hit the ball under the wind, and they spent a really good amount of time on that on the range. This is 8 iron, didn't change clubs.
Yeah, choke down on it a little.
Definitely flighted down some. Left of the hole.
Well, he pulled it a touch, but that doesn't really get you in trouble here. Kept it underneath the breeze. Scottie Scheffler 4 wins, going for 5. That's a big story, but Charles Schwab Challenge, as they will say, you've got to own your tomorrow.
We get out to the 16th, Austin Smotherman. 3 over par. Lost all of it on this side of the golf course. He's just really been trying to fight back. He was 3 under after birdie at the opening hole, but has lost his way a bit. That one finding the bunker. And the angle of attack to that pin just a little tough to figure out. Max McGreevy. McGreevy with also some over par scores on the back half of the golf course. And this one just inching onto the front portion of the green, still well away from that pin location on the other side. So that will need to cover close to 60 feet. And right now, his score is dipped to 4 over. This is Lee Hodges at 16. Hodges alongside Smotherman. Hodges 3 over on the back half. That one will hit that green with a big firm bounce, sending it over the back. And so he will have to chip up from there and see if he can save par. Both players scrambling in that group. Now the second into 18 for Ryan Palmer. Palmer from 127 yards. The approach at the last for Ryan Palmer, birdie at 16, but it's just barely getting him a little closer to par. He's 3 over today, and Palmer, another one of the proud Texans that would love to fare well here, but just hasn't been his day. 11 under, though, for 2 players now, as Brendan Todd is opened with birdies at 1 and 2, and Scott Stallings and Harold Varner III are both now at 10 under, within a shot. Burns 2 back as he is 5 under on the front side today. That is a great way to get out of the gates and see if he can't press on the gas a bit on the back 9 and see if he can even get a little closer to the lead. Davis Riley at 1 under. He and Mito Pereira, Cam Davis, the Chilean and the Australian, they are all among the top 7 on the leaderboard. Here's Dylan Fratelli at 1 under. And clearing the lake about 20 feet from the flag.
And live here at the 3rd hole. Remember back to the Masters, it was the 3rd hole on Sunday that made all the difference. for Scottie Scheffler. That amazing 3. He drove it left. Greens have got speed on them. Don't get above the hole. I mean, you are defensive, especially with that wind gusting around. To 4.
Varner on the tee. There's been a little wait here for about 5 minutes for Varner and Stallings.
Not necessarily a hole you want to have a big weight on. It's a difficult one. Middle of the green is a great shot here.
Now at 9, Jordan coming off the 3-putt bogey, missed the green wide here, playing his 3rd. Look at this. Oh man, another foot.
Yeah,
didn't need for the risk.
Such a good short par 4, the 9th.
Back to 4. Here's Stallings.
That's about as high as you'll see for Scott. 110. Oh, didn't need much more either. Just rolls back down. No holes in one here in the history of the event. 75 years, 0 holes in one at the 4th.
That's hard to believe.
It's amazing.
Isn't that amazing? Wow. Back to 3.
Scottie Scheffler did tap in for his par, so this putt for the outright lead, excuse me. It's tough to give it much more break than that amount of speed. So you've got a couple of par machines really at the top of the leaderboard. Brendan Todd doesn't make too many mistakes. Scheffler only made 1 bogey in the first 54 holes. So I guess it's going to be who blinks first. But still, excellent start for Todd. 2 under through his first 3. And I'll head to the first of the 4 difficult par 3s.
Stallings and Varner walking up to the green at the 4th. And both just 1 off the lead. And you look at the FedEx Cup summary here. Playoff appearances 6 times for HV3. His best finish was in 2019, finishing 38th. He's qualified each season on tour. Here's the top 10, and Scottie Scheffler trying to pad an already almost insurmountable lead. Pick up another 500 points today with a win. That's what it would be. We're at the 4th hole, and Stallings on that rise. 75 years. All the great players who have played here, thousands of attempts. Not that hole-in-ones are given away, but you go to any course that has history, they're going to have several, 2, 3, 4, depending on how old the tournament is.
Agreed.
And not a 1.
Not a 1, and only
4th hole.
32 total on the other 3 par 3s in that 75 years, which is also astounding to me.
Well, we only have 2 more tee shots to be played at the 4th today. If this goes into next year, what kind of odds you give me? Making this one difficult. 10 feet for par to stay 1 back.
6 under now is Jordan Spieth. He's at the 9th. And Spieth, this one trying to work its way to the pin, coming up well short though. And you're looking at the way things have gone. He lost a shot at 8 and in danger again at 9. Varner, share of the lead on the line here at 4. This one's just falling offline to the right. Looked like he was trying to turn back to the cup. Instead, it'll be a tap in. And so Varner with 2 birdies on his card through the first 3 holes. Now the par here, and he remains 10 under. And thinking about that first one, he can't think about it too much. Just needs to really focus in on the task at hand. And in the case of Jordan, he also is dealing with what's right in front of him, and he's now dipped to 5 under par. So Spieth losing his way a bit, 3 birdies, 3 bogeys. Downhill putt here at 10. Sam Burns for birdie. And that one just coming to a halt, a couple of feet short. He felt like that was a pretty good line as well. Scott Stallings, birdie at 3rd. Now looking at a couple of putts from 75 feet, roughly. He's left himself with a 9-footer for par. And you can feel the tension, particularly with these groups that are late on Sunday around the horrible horseshoe. So just after he makes the putt at 3, he's going to miss one here. Up the slope, and it was just falling off line, running out of speed at the same time. And so a give and a give back. Stallings back to 9 under, so solo 3rd is Harold Varner III. Scheffler and Todd maintaining that share of the lead at the top. And Davis is at 1 under. He's working the 5th, and we'll see if Cam is ready to take that step forward and join the top 4.
Cam Davis and his second shot. He's got a good round going, 1 under so far, 3 behind the lead. Whole location in the back right, and he is sliding this right in there.
Doesn't get much better than that, Trevor, does it?
Beautiful shot there using the wind. Yeah, that swing is right on the money and in sequence. Back to 4.
Well, the 4th hole today, 19 bogeys, 6 birdies. So tough going here. It's out of a 69 player weekend field.
And then it's a strong wind. Like temperature, and you're letting the wind take it, okay? Yep, exactly. Right up the middle of that fairway.
I remember playing this hole back in the day. When you get it back into the wind, you can go in there, try and run it on with a 3-wood. It was up over 230 yards some days. Down breeze just to try and land it just on the front with a mid-iron.
Walked away unhappy with that. There's why.
Any direction? I think it's okay. Start on speed. Just right at
Looking for a kick. That's a fine shot. On this Memorial Day weekend, we have an opportunity to honor those who gave their lives defending our country and freedom. And we ask you now to please join us in a moment of silence as an expression of gratitude to these heroes.
Varner with his tee shot off of the 5th, and he's watching anxiously the penalty area down the right. Oh, I did not see that pop out. Now playing with Varner. Starling's coming off the bogey at 4. Players only hitting this fairway 39% of the time in round 4.
Not many holes more difficult than this on tour to get a good tee shot.
That is so true. For my money, the toughest tee shot on this golf course for sure. Starling's in good position there. And Varner in some trouble.
A reminder, tomorrow night at 7 Eastern, catch up with your favorite golf connoisseur as he brings you the latest headlines and highlights from the green. It's Course Record with Michael Breed, and it's on CBS Sports Network, 7 Eastern, tomorrow. Just a few miles southwest of downtown Fort Worth. And we're back off the Trinity River at the 5th hole. This is going to take on a different look when they come in with the renovation the day after next year's tournament, Trevor, with Gil Hands, Jim Wagner and team.
Jim, I'm not quite sure how they could make this hole more difficult, though.
No, but it's going to take a lot of trees down on the right side of that fairway. One thing I hear. Yeah.
It is played as the toughest hole on the golf course all week. Davis trying to get out of here with a birdie, though. Is it going to come back? I had the line dialed in. Needed a bit more pace up the hill. But still, a par at 5. Always good. This hole playing about a half stroke over par in this round. He stays 3 behind. Back 1 now to 4.
And Todd. Tee shot here, really the only thing he's missed so far at the start of this round. After birdies at 1 and 2.
Plenty of green to work with. Just try and figure out here, find the bottom. It's been really good this week in scrambling. Well done. Popped it up nicely. He'll be happy with that inside about 5 feet. Because if you get it past that hole with the breeze, it can get off the back of the green pretty quickly.
And we're seeing that on a number of holes today. Where it runs out. They're so speedy, but they do kind of fall off as they get past a number of these hole locations. A wonderful tee shot by Scheffler here at 5.
Excellent shot. Nice and high, 130 feet apex. That's very high. Landing soft. The greens get a little crusty in this heat late in the day with the wind blowing. It really dries it out. But this is what you come to expect here at Colonial pretty much every year. This is a typical day. Strong winds.
And heat.
And heat.
97 yesterday. A little below that figure today. But still warm. And windy.
The wind keeps the storms away, which is good. We've had a lot of stoppages here over the years. When it's not windy, it gets very humid and the storms pop up. Greens are in great condition.
This is subtly uphill, Ian. We'll fight the wind a bit as well, turning right at the end.
It was a good putt too, Dottie.
Beautiful speed. No stress speed.
All pars through the first 4 holes. On June 18th, the green flag flies on a who's who of racing legends and superstars. They compete under the lights in prime time. Welcome to Superstar Saturday Night. It's the 2nd season of SRX Racing, June 18th here on CBS. And over at the 5th,
Varner found that penalty area down the right-hand side, so that's the penalty drop. So he's going to be hitting his 3rd shot, and he's been on a run of 24 straight holes without a bogey. While we wait, we'll jump back to 4.
For the par attempt.
Well, he made a lot of these late yesterday afternoon. Had 12 one putts.
Ooh.
Yep, big gust.
Yeah, back off. Go back through the routine again.
It's that thing you can't control, and you don't know when they're going to come.
Just
in his first blemish of the weekend. After a bogey-free Saturday, Scheffler now takes back the lead alone at 11. And we're back to 5.
His 3rd shot from 259. And some tree trouble. Can he find a way to get some kind of flyer and get it out near the green? Narrow entrance here, just 10 yards wide. This is pretty good. Extremely good, in fact. So an outside shot to keep that bogey-free run going. There you go. Give me some knuckles for that, Cad. That was a great shot. Now stalling second. We'll follow that with Top Tracer technology powered by Top Golf. Yeah, good shot there on a beautiful line. That 5th green is tiny. So nice bounce back there from Stallings after the untidy bogey at 4. Still smiling.
And now, always bring your best, presented by Titleist. Scottie Scheffler, he's been bringing his best for over 3 months. And just look this week, these are stats from Colonial. 4th driving distance, shots gained tee to green 1st, greens regulation 1st, scrambling, that's right, perfect. 11 out of 11. So on the tee now at the 5th.
Well, after all of that, I'm expecting him to hit this fairway now, Jim.
It certainly is his shot shape.
He's been flighting these down.
That flighted tee shot, he tees barely off the ground, Trevor.
Just a screaming fade around the corner. And is that any good?
absolutely perfect. That's a good way to hit a low ball, by the way. If you tee it low and try and hit a low fade like that. And the opposite, obviously, for a draw. Tee it a little higher, maybe stand an inch farther away from it, get it in the toe.
That's actually how he finished his warm-up session, Ian.
Good advice. Yesterday, we actually saw him go down the grip on 14 as well when he was trying to flight it down. Now, Todd. Not aiming as far left. The wind out of the left.
Yeah, this guy doesn't bend it as much as Scottie does.
And actually sneaks that past Scottie's tee shot. So both of those guys in perfect position at the very difficult 5th. Oh yeah, one of my favorite spots, the Stockyards here in Fort Worth, Cowtown. Gotta love it, especially when the weather's like this.
You might be feeling broke, but that don't mean you're broken.
Let's take a look at Emiliano Grillo, and it's his second at 18, and just past where the group is working the 17th, and he's really in a tough spot, so had to play around the large leaderboard and just scrambling right now. Grillo, like a lot of others, they have found the back nine really in a tough setup today. 3 under is Matt Jones, and he is at the par 3 16th, coming off birdie at 15. And that works to the back corner. And so he'll try and work from there. That'll be an arcing left to right putt in the 40-foot variety. Now Grillo. That third shot just barely made it into the bunker. And so this one will advance past.
Yeah.
And that's about, it looks like close to 15 feet beyond the cup. That'll be left for par. Hovland at 16, he's at 3 under.
Somehow cover.
Asking for it to cover, and it slides into that second of the bunkers. So Hovland scrambling. Webb Simpson at the 18th. And Simpson well offline. This has not been his best week when it comes to working with the flat stick. Just has not seen or felt comfortable standing over a lot of these lines. That one was from 35 feet. And it looks like he'll just go ahead and finish things up. Well, he'll mark. And Emiliano will finish. Now Hovland. The stance is out of this bunker. Going to try and catch this with just a little sand underneath. Pop it up in the air. Have to reach down a little bit more, given where that stance is. You can't nestle down in the bunker. And so a scrambling save is what will be needed here. And about 9 feet left for Hovland. This is the bogey putt to finish 5 over. And Emiliano's going to lose another shot. Tough way to finish the day.
We're back at the 5th green. Varner to save par. So a good putt, but that tee shot ending up costly for him there. Now up at 11, the second par 5 on the golf course. Burns all the way up green side here in 2. Checked up just a little faster than what he wanted, but still a nice look there for birdie. Could he post something? Back at 5, Stallings after the beautiful second. Trying to get out of here with a birdie. That ball seemed to take a little jump right off the face.
It did.
So par 4 at the 5th for Stallings.
The Fort Worth Water Gardens at the site here in Cowtown, USA. The Charles Schwab Challenge sponsored by ServiceNow. The world works with ServiceNow. Progressive, save when you bundle auto, home, or motorcycle insurance. And by Wheels Up. Download the app today to search, book, and fly private.
Right now it feels like the 18 over. Yeah.
Trevor, somebody just turned the fan up another notch.
I can hear it.
We're playing 65 adjusted front, 180 adjusted front. That's what we're playing. No. I think I did. Okay. Do you agree? Yep.
So between clubs here, Dottie.
He had 8-iron in his hand before that fan went up again. And we're hearing that it's still the same.
You think there's a little hurt in this wind?
I don't. I think it's pretty straight across from here.
Oh yeah, this is nice first bounce there to ease it toward the hole, riding that wind nicely. So made the correct choice in the end.
And if I look right now, it's showing just the top.
I could have a little left of it.
Yep, absolutely.
Todd with 176 to the hole.
And an 8-iron, same club that Scheffler hit.
How about his ball flight? You think he'll try and hold this up into the wind or try and ride it?
I like the hold up for him. it just doesn't move much.
Whole location in that back right corner, right edge of the tower, is a good finishing line.
Contact certainly sounded flush.
Yeah, gets a lucky bounce off the edge of the bunker there. So an outside chance. Got his first win not far from here in 2014 at the Byron Nelson. Now back at 11. The hot man on the golf course, Sam Burns. And there's another birdie. So Sam Burns gets into double digits. 10 under, just one behind.
So Burns is now at 10 under par, and he is one shot off the lead and looking for another win in this PGA Tour schedule. It's thanks to a turn in 30. 6 birdies on the front against 1 bogey. Adds the birdie at 11, and suddenly right on the heels of Scottie Scheffler.
Back at the 11th, Spieth with the fairway wood. Yesterday we saw him get rid of that waggle for a little while. He's back now, 278 to the hole, down the wind, so should be able to get it there. And does. Beautiful shot.
Chance to get something back after bogeys at 8, 9, and 10. And now it's time for Risk Reward presented by Aon.
At 635 yards, the 11th hole is one of the longest all season on the PGA Tour. The Aon Insight tells us that it can play even longer and more difficult for players who choose the wrong side of the hole. Since 2018, players who hit their drive to the left side go for the green almost 26% of the time, double that of those who play down the right. The last 2 champions, Daniel Berger and Jason Kokrak, made better decisions on the 11th. Both players found the left side in all 4 rounds with their tee shots, gaining nearly 3 full strokes against the field collectively over those 8 rounds.
Well, through 3 rounds, just over a fifth of the field has gone for this green in 2. However, those who have gone for the green are averaging over a half stroke better than those who lay up. And we just saw Jordan, one of those, to knock it on the green. You got an eagle putt coming up. We go back to the last leg of the horrible horseshoe. That would be the 5th.
Yeah, these guys are going to be glad to see the back of this horseshoe, especially 4 and 5. They've played so difficult throughout the week. But 2 birdie putts here for the final group, Dottie.
And 2 relatively simple birdie putts. Both are a touch uphill. I think Scottie may get a little help here.
As usual, Todd putted beautifully throughout the week. 3rd in strokes gained putting so far.
Tempo has been so good.
Yeah, that's a great call. Back and through, not hurried at all. Gosh, every putt he hits looks like it's going to go in.
Yeah, great speed every time, isn't it? Very smooth roll.
The ball speed off the putter just seems so consistent, and that's why his speed is good. And then all the putts look like they have a chance when they're dying around the hole.
Good putters look to me like they've got that little bit of extra roll at the end. It just gets there so easily.
To 6.
Now, Varner, 140 yards, but it'll be a little less than that because it's coming out of that rough. Hot, dry rough, so you have to allow a little less. Expecting that one to jump up. If you're going to miss the 6th green, you try and miss it short. It's easier up and down, but go back to that beautiful 5th hole, dogleg right.
Yeah, nice view of that green there. One of the smallest here at Colonial Country Club. But Scheffler's got a good look.
Good look, and this would be a steal of, no, a good quarter to half a shot.
Oh my. Grazes the other side of the hole to what Todd did. Up to 6.
And Stallings has missed it on the other side of the fairway. It's have to go over the corner of those trees, but as you can see, not that far to go. The left shoulder of the green will help that. It's a good chance there for his birdie coming up. Chance to get to 10 under. That'd only be 1 back. to the last group.
And Todd. Not much left here. Stands nice and tall to it here.
Yeah, arms hang nicely, don't they? And that stat you've said before, last 5 years, top 20 in putting. Pretty impressive.
Sure is. Only one behind.
Well, now Sam Burns, after picking up the birdie at 11, it looks like he's got the club out, putting a tee in the ground, rules official there, and taking the drop. So we're going to have a look at this coming up. And he drove it offline to the right. And this will be a penalty shot. Had 164 left, so we'll get back to him in a moment. Harold Varner, the third, and his third scrambling now. Varner, that one just to the left of his target. So that looks like that'll be a tap in. Spieth for eagle at 11. He would love to get things going again in the right direction. And didn't miss it by much. He'll tap in for a birdie, you would expect. And that will help at least ease the sting a bit. And he'll bring it back to level on the day. So that will mean a 5 under score through 11, but nothing like he was hoping. He's outside of the top 10. He has been almost automatic when it comes to a top 10 performance here, the way he's gone of late. Scott Stallings for birdie and missing along the top edge of the cup. So Stallings had an opportunity to get to 1 under on the day, and he misses from inside of 11 feet. 16. Denny McCarthy. And McCarthy watches as that one spills into the bunker. He is 2 over today, needing to get up and down here at the par 3. We'll head back to the front.
Well, back at 6, 3 bunkers in play. And that is left of left. But you can get away with it out there. If it's far enough down there, they can get a gap in amongst those trees. Now, up ahead, Stallings. His birdie putt missed, so he taps in for 4 to remain at 9 under, just 2 back. So, Brendan Todd. Dottie, you can aim at that left bunker with this breeze and just try and hit it like a little necky cut.
You
Fairway
absolutely
finder.
can, yes.
You know, notice there is a little bit more whip in that swing, that extra 4 mile an hour that you were saying.
Yeah, definitely. They worked on his hip movement, trying to get his hips going a little more lateral. He used to sort of turn in a barrel. He's getting a bit more shift now, a bit more spring off the right leg.
That's his coach, Bradley Hughes. So this hole bends to the right. So Harold Varner, second shot came up, just short, and a nice chip. I think a formality. Another player trying to get his first PGA Tour win. Right in the middle of things.
Well, it's coming up, Broadway's biggest night, Sunday, June 12th on CBS. The 75th annual Tony Awards with performances from The Music Man, MJ the Musical, A Strange Loop, and 6. That's live Sunday, June 12th on CBS, the Tonys. Now we saw Sam Burns during the eye on the course in trouble at the 12th. He's made 7 birdies through the first 11 holes. He had to take a drop here now, we're informed, so this will be his 3rd shot.
Heard the spikes on the path down there, one of the few in spikes.
Oh, boy, somehow got that one on the surface.
One of the harder holes is always this. Dog leg left, wind howling across from the left side.
Let's go back to the front, to the 8th.
And Davis Riley Huge backswing there. Oh, great, all of that speed through impact to get the spin. Still going to be a tricky putt down the hill to save par, though. Man, immensely impressed with this young man. Back to 7.
Over at the 7th now. Second to last group on the tee here. 440. You see the sign there in the background. Pretty narrow drive. A lot of players will use a long iron here, a driving iron or a 3-wood, get it in play.
Scott Stallings, yeah, he went through this transformation, getting fit a few years back. This FedEx file also telling you about the ball mark that is in the shape of a cattle ball. It's remind him of all the hard work and training.
Yeah, he does work extremely hard. Look at that body transformation. He's one of the fittest and strongest, that is for sure.
Well, there it is. Attitude, effort. And the family remembered as well. And born in Massachusetts, he's got the Red Sox and the Patriots on the other side of that as well. And he's heading to the country club after qualifying for the U.S. Open earlier this week. So that was one of his, he said, is maybe his biggest goal coming into the year was to get into the U.S. Open field, and he did that on Monday. The cattle bell. Pretty impressive little ball mark there.
Yeah, I'd struggle to pick just the ball mark up, I think. Do some exercises with that. Now, Dottie, I have, according to ShotLink, 124 yards.
If somehow it comes up short, we're just chipping up the hill into the wind. Then catch one, hit one more and catch a flyer and get back of the green, right? Putting downwind, downhill. 13. Okay.
Our old-fashioned way adds 6 to that, Frank. We did it on the ground.
Well, speaking of old-fashioned, I wanted to go back to Ben Hogan. He won here 5 times. From 125, he would hit an 8-iron. This doesn't look like an 8-iron.
It's a well-worn area where it's landed, but the lie, no issue. Caught the front slope and is spun back.
Yeah, it's still fine, no damage there. Just chip uphill to 7.
Also with an iron off the tee at 7 is Varner.
Also some good speed there. Shortish backswing, really gets it deep and doesn't leave anything behind.
1 under through the first 6 holes. Let's go back 1 to the 6th.
Ideal tee shot for Todd.
He's got a touch of a hook lie, Frank, from 111. Pure yardage, that would have been 9 for Hogan. But this is pitching wedge.
Yeah, previous hole where Scotty hit an 8-iron, it would have been a 2-iron for Hogan. A 2-iron, 185. Now let's see if Todd can hit one in close.
He sent it straight up.
Not bad. That's about average, really. It's starting to heat up in Fort Worth. It's only about 3.5 miles from downtown. Great city. Scottie Scheffler looking for win.
Zach Johnson, level par, second into 18. Zach with a 1 over front 9, 1 over on the back half as well. And so at this point, looking to see if he can end with a birdie, 1 more to add to the card. It would get him back to red figures for the week and 1 over for the day. Alex Smalley at level. Smalley working 16. The par 3 with that pin on the left side today. And it spills into the bunker. And so as he'll head to the green, he'll have a chance to see if he can pick something up there. Taylor Gooch for birdie. This at the 18th. And trying to get this one close. And coming up just a little short. Not by much. The 18th. Definitely a tough one to get to. He'll put a mark on that. And see if he can finish up with a par. Back to the 16th. Dylan Fratelli. Fratelli at 1 over. And it comes up a little short. He was hoping he'd be able to get that one to take that forward hop. Instead, he's still about 15 feet below the hole. Now at the 18th. This is about 30 feet for Zach Johnson. And that one's in. Great way to finish up the day. It moves him back to 1 under for the week and a 1 over day today. And that's something positive. You can see the reaction there.
And nicely positioned just short of the 6th green is Scottie Scheffler.
Touch of an upslope. 11 of 11 scrambling coming into this final round for the week.
Yeah, it's not his best. So he'll not, we get a 12.
And Burns a long way away for par after having to take a penalty drop. Just control the damage now. Get that for his bogey. Back at 6.
Good chance here for Todd. Tie the lead. Not too bad. You see just the dry conditions, that extra foot of speed out here at the moment. To 7.
And Stallings.
Number 1 this week in strokes gained approach the green. His iron play has been perfect. Oh, that announcer's curse you were talking about before, Trevor.
We go back to 12. Here's that putt for a 5. There you go.
I love that routine. The left-hand low to start with, lowers the left shoulder, gets his shoulders level, then he goes back to right-hand low without moving the shoulder.
Only 3 pars for Burns through the first 12 holes. 7 birdies, 2 bogeys. And back to 6.
Just over 7 feet. So that'll actually be the first bogey he's registered on this front 9 all week. He's human, that's for sure. 7.
And Varner. And it does on command. Beautiful. Go back to 6.
Little par save here left for Todd. So he knocks it in. Should walk off this green with a tie. Top of the leaderboard. Scheffler has a small one for his bogey 5. Sam Burns made a bogey at 12 to drop back to 9 under. So he is only 1 back.
This has given a lot of people a chance, Frank.
Oh, just looking down that list. A lot of golf left. I mean, a lot of people have 10+ holes to play. So, made 1 bogey yesterday. It was on the 53rd hole. He came straight back, made a 30-footer on the 18th. See what he does on 7 today. Speaking of 7.
And 1 back.
Yeah, just splash it out there, roll it down the hill. Very well done. Unusual miss with the iron there downwind.
We're at 9. Davis Riley. who's 2 off the lead.
Every week, Jim. He's been playing well.
And
Beautiful swing.
He plays a lot, and he's always right up there. Oh, what a shot. Davis Riley is going to birdie the 9th. And the rookie will be within 1. And we could have a 3-way tie at the top if Harold can knock in this putt. He's going to wait on the pairing ahead on 8T. So we're going to go over to Amanda and Colt at 13.
All right, Colt, your Sam Burns trying to make a run, coming off bogey on 12. What's going through your mind over this tee shot?
Anything on the putting surface is a success. The wind whipping hard left to right. This is on a very aggressive line. Oh, stay right there. There's a slope that'll feed it off the green.
Hardest hole on the back 9.
Could be down there with the Horned Frogs.
Over to 7.
Let's go, please.
Spoken like a true Mustang.
Yes. Talking about the TCU Horned Frogs, just a mile away at campus.
And Colt, of course, from SMU. Bit of a rivalry there.
Yeah. A big rivalry. Tied for the 2nd time today. Finds himself tied for the lead.
290 to that right bunker. There's a little upslope right there as well. Breeze certainly helping. Yeah, that's really easy walking for somebody on the ground with short instep like I have.
That may have finished in a divot.
I think it just made its way out, I believe. But the green. Now he's not wearing TCU colors. He's wearing, though, his Sunday purple for East Carolina University, his alma mater, the Pirates. And he's tied for the lead with that birdie putt at the 7th. 10 under par, joining Scheffler and Todd. And 400 some yards away on the tee at 7.
Trying to make up for that bogey at 6, taking driver out here. Yeah, if you get driver in the fairway down here, it's just a sand wedge in. That is awesome.
Yeah, crush this one.
It's a little farther down than we used to hit it, Frank, that's for sure.
Gee, I'm just salivating. I mean, that is miles down there.
Oh, you're on it, Ian. That is the golf ball of Brendan Todd. It is in that divot.
Always tough to accept when you get down there after hitting a good straight drive and you find your ball in a sand-filled divot.
This was Stallings. And nice sand save for him. So we got 5 players separated by 1 shot. It's about to be 6 because Riley's going to join those 1 off the lead. After that approach within a foot. So wonderful stuff by the rookie. 3 underside, 32. We're at 13.
We have some good news here for Sam Burns. Colt Knost.
Very, very fortunate to stay out of the penalty area. Now a pretty straightforward chip shot.
Does it feel straightforward, though?
Oh, it does for these guys. That's beautifully played. I mean, what a round he's got going. Low round on the golf course by 2 shots.
Over to 7.
So the last 2 walk up the fairway at 7. Todd in a divot. Scheffler, short shot coming up.
A look from up above. Beautiful walk down these fairways. Very tight driving lanes. And the wind just sweeping through right off the top of the trees and bearing down on some of those flags and some of the decisions that these players are making, greatly affected by that. And the heat from that sun sitting up above, the ball flying a little extra. Cam Davis It's come on over the last couple of days. This is a chance to move it to 8 under par. Birdie at 3, lost a shot at 7, and now this is from 14 feet. And so Davis hoping that he can get this one to just take that easy trip down the fall line. Looks like it's moving right on him. And so with that, Davis has to tap in. It'll be a par here, and he'll remain level on the front. Davis winning at the John Deere Classic, now exempt this season and next. Burns for par at 13. And that one's in. And so Burns trying to hold as he drops to 9 under. Victor Hovland. Hovland finishing up on the home hole. That one stays in the front portion of the green. He had 137 coming in and took a little less club than needed. And he is even on the back 9 looking for a birdie to finish up. Sung J M. M at 16. He's at 3 under par. Has had a tough back 9. Turned in 3 under, but is 3 over since.
We're back at the 7th. And Donnie, you've examined it. It's in the front of that divot after a 296-yard drive. And look where Scheffler bombed it.
Eagle Eye Ian Baker Finch was all over this one, but it's at the front of the divot. It wasn't overfilled, so it's really not too bad. And I know a lot of people at home would say, well, why didn't somebody put the divot back? You don't put divots back in this Bermuda because they don't grow in. They got to creep in from the sides.
Yeah, they sort of explode a bit too, don't they,
Yeah.
Dottie? They don't really stay in one pelt like they do in bent.
Exactly. Be a little careful of taking this too deep. Not much behind it.
I would flight the ball a little lower here, clip it.
Even set the shaft a little ahead. That's a pitching wedge. Boy, this is on a good line to start, Ian.
Oh, it's over the green.
A little thin, perhaps. Bad luck.
Let's go to 8.
And Varner, after coming off of that birdie at 7, co-leader. Wind in out of the left, needs to go to get over the bunker. Okay, so gets away with a little bit of a pull there. Going to be pretty quick coming down the hill. Back to 7.
And Scheffler, what will he do after that huge tee shot?
It's just inside 90 yards, still downwind, maybe a little from the right at this angle. Got to take advantage of it.
Wants it to go.
Did that a number of times on the second 9 yesterday. Just didn't quite get the distance on those little wedge shots that he wanted.
Let's go back to 8.
And we got Starlings. This might be a good opportunity for him to just flight one a little lower. There you go, some kind of abbreviated follow through. And he's going to be hoping that that is on the upslope because he does not have much green to work with there. Up to 13.
Our 2016 Charles Schwab Challenge champion, Jordan Spieth.
And all of a sudden, 13 looking like a Friday night at Billy Bob's. It's getting rowdy around here, Amanda.
They love him. And I got to tell you, Pat Perez, Jordan Spieth, happy they came over. I think they asked why you weren't following them today.
What a group this is. It's always fun when you're playing with Pat, but Jordan trying to slide one in there from left to right. Oh, that's quality golf shot right there.
Even so far on his round, but it turned that around on the toughest hole in the back 9. Over to Ted.
Now Davis Riley driven it down the right side. Not overly long. If it misses the trees, could work out. Excellent shot. Should have guessed his pedigree. 2013-14, he was runner-up 2 years in a row in the U.S. Junior Amateur. First year to Scottie Scheffler. Second year to Will Zalatoris. 7.
And Todd, how's he going to play this shot, Dottie?
There's a ridge around this entire green that's about almost a step deep. I think he needs to land it into that ridge and let it then kind of trundle onto the green. I don't think he can stop it if it lands on the green itself.
He looked there in the rehearsal, Dottie, like he was trying to zip it and land it up there on maybe a bit of breeze into him, thinking he can get enough spin on it. It doesn't look easy, though.
It's not. One bounce from perfect.
And back at 8.
Starlings looks to be a clean lie, face wide open. Oh, is that any good right there? Huge backswing and sliced right underneath it. Lives by the mantra, pay the man today. Says there's 2 things in life he can control: his attitude and his effort. That all part of him changing his body and his health. Back to 7.
And it'll be Scheffler for birdie.
You mentioned, Frank, that 2013 Junior Amateur. He also won the AJGA Player of the Year in 2013. And all of the top young men from the AJGA are playing at Jupiter Hills Club, my club back in Florida this weekend, a 3-day tournament. Top 72 players in the world playing there. They do a good job, the AJGA, of raising a lot of money for those in need and holding tournaments for those that are of high quality to go play and compete.
Yeah, they do a fantastic job. It's so vital to get that kind of competition and see what's going on with your peer group around the rest of the world if you're at that level.
Yep.
Here's Scottie, birdie bid. It's been a ho-hum start for him. 1 over par through 7, so he taps this one in.
Yeah, not what we were expecting. Enough birdie holes there in the first 7 where you'd expect him to be in the red.
You know, he may not have had his best stuff all week, but give him credit for still being very much part of the story. It just shows the maturity he has now. He'll hang around.
We go back to 8 for a moment.
And that gives Ivana this putt to take the lead outright. Not one you can be very aggressive with. Okay, not bad, but a little bit left there. That'll keep his attention. To 13.
All right, Jordan Spieth, 14 feet 2 inches. Colt knows what's it going to do.
Coming down the hill, should move a little bit from his right to left and move back to the right. Get the people going, Jordan Spieth.
Always plays well here. Why not make a birdie on the toughest hole on this back 9? He's officially in red numbers for his round and 6 under overall for his day. Over to 7.
He's playing with Pat Perez, who walks off 13, 1 over for the day at -4. So we got a Todd par attempt coming up.
Seems to me this wants to go a touch to the right, and the wind will be hammering right into his left shoulder.
Have to keep the speed up in that case if you've got wind coming into you on the left side there, and it's going to break a little bit to the right. You don't want to let it baby it. Yeah, hit it in firm.
Well done. Got the rotten break off the tee. Fairway, but in a divot. But able to put a 4 down on the card. Stays tied. 3 tied at the top. Here's one of the tri leaders at the 8th.
Sneaky little break from his left here, Jim. Okay, well done. Good solid stroke there. Back-to-back 3s for Varner. Up to 10.
Now Davis Riley well in the mix, but has only made 1 putt outside 10 feet this week. But just like that, it changes. Finally makes a long one and vaults up the leaderboard. Davis Riley now in a 4-way tie, looking for that first PGA Tour win. To 8.
We have a nice look from behind the green here at the short par 3, playing just 166 to that front left hole location today. It's quite interesting, Ian, with Scottie's slow start 1 over through 7. All of a sudden, he's brought a lot of people back into this tournament.
Yeah, the mindset's totally different now, seeing that on the board, and you've got 2 others just 1 back, when at the start of the day he was just 2 in front of the next guy and 3 in front of the next guy. He had really was in a great position.
That right there, that gust is 10. That gust is
But hey,
11. It's not 10. I mean, if you look over at this point here.
11 holes to go, and you're tied at the top.
8 guys within 3 right now.
South is 10 o'clock. I think that's what you're committing to. Up there is 10 o'clock. Okay. Yep. Really good. Start mine that coincides with that.
Just left of that. Wouldn't have liked that shot on 5.
Yeah, exactly.
If I had to go and stay there, kind of.
Yep.
Good clear picture, and the wind just blowing as hard as it has all day, but it's still the gusts that you can't control.
Always found it hard when I played here to get the right distance control on this 8th. I don't know what it is about it, but tough to get a beat on if this wind is helping or hurting at times.
Well, there's enough trees in this area that it will swirl some.
On a nice line. Beautiful shot from Todd. He made a 2 here yesterday. Now up to 14. Second shot for Burns. Can he control how this ball comes out of that Bermuda rough? Whole location in the left portion of the green. Oh, yeah. And look at that, getting better. So Burns at 9 under, 1 behind with a good look there.
Yeah.
Now back at 8 with Scheffler.
Full flighted? Yes, sir. Yeah, I'm good with it. You let me know if anything changes. Well, I like it. Okay.
Trevor, hearing that this is an 8-iron, and you heard him say full flight.
Let's wait that out. I don't make that sound. As long as I don't hear it pumping like that. I'm all over everything in the creek. Just left of it. Yeah, there you go.
That's kind of cool, Dottie. Ted Scott talking about hearing the wind.
I'm surprised our microphones aren't picking up more. When it gets going, it is loud.
All the way on the left corner of the tee box, trying to get a little bit more angle to that front right.
He wants this thing to start riding the wind at the very end with that club in his hand.
Another pull here. We've seen over the weekend a number of pulls from Scheffler. Think back to the 14th and 17th yesterday. Now here again at 8. Tied for the lead, 4-way right now at the beautiful Colonial Country Club.
We'll get out to 16. Adam Svensson of Canada. 1 over. Svensson over par today by 5 shots. So he, like a lot of others, they have had a tough time dealing with this wind. That one will slip over the back edge. And it will rest right there in that sprinkler head area. So he'll have relief from there and take a free drop. Dylan Vertelli, second at 18. They've been able to really get a lot of yardage off the tee here at the home hole. And Vertelli now to see if that one will hold close to the, well, about the center portion of the green and less than 25 feet from the flag. Looking for his first birdie on the back 9. Back to 16. Russell Knox, 3 under. Knox with a chance to see if he can finish among the top 20. That one springs through that little area entering the green and working closer and closer to the pin. Pretty good work from the Scot. 3 birdies to turn and 1 under on the front, but he is 2 over on the back half. He has a 12-footer coming up, though. Alex Smalley at level, second into the 18th. Smalley alongside Fratelli, and both players in the center line on that green. So 23 feet for Alex Smalley, a little further away from where Dylan Fratelli is. Fratelli on the more flatter portion of that green. Svensson from the back of 16 after the drop. Putting this, and it'll come down this fall line, moving quickly left to right. Well, he judged it wonderfully. Excellent work there. And Svensson will just have a tap-in par. Amateur players dream about those types of results when you're off the green. You have that long play, just trying to line up speed and that line that you're employing. A 4-way tie at 10 under par. Scheffler trying to win for the 5th time this year. Davis Riley and Harold Varner III trying to win for the first time in their PGA Tour careers. Riley has come on of late. Varner certainly trending in the right direction. Both hoping they'll have a say.
Back at the 8th, Scheffler from the bunker.
Came into today, Trevor, 4 of 4 for the bunkers for the week.
He's got quite a lot of room here to work with, and he does that well.
How about that audio there?
Yeah, beautiful sound.
Good thump.
Club went through the sand. Now up at 14, Sam Burns to join that group at 10 under. Oh. Gosh, he thought he made it, so did I. He knows he's running out of holes. Back to 8 now, and Todd for birdie. What are you thinking? A little break out of the right, Dottie?
Yeah, I think that's fine. It will have a little go to it, though. It's ever so slightly downhill.
Man, snapped right in front of the hole there. Had a perfect roll on it, too, as usual for Todd. So he stays at 10 under. Been a very solid Sunday so far. Thought he had it. A nice leave here for Scottie because he's putting back up the hill.
Up the hill, and if anything, I think it wants to go a little to the left, so it's the putt you can go ahead and hit.
See him there getting that line exactly where he wants it. Now, the players who use the line on the ball, that takes care of their aim. At that point then, once they get over it, they just need to focus on the speed.
But you've had to use the speed equation to get the line in the right place.
Around and around we go. Okay, well done. So a sand save at the 8th for Scheffler. Stays a 4-way tie at the top. He's going to be a little anxious, though. Needs to get something going. Now up at 11, the long par 5. Riley going for it. Saw Jordan Spieth hit the green from a similar position. Gosh, that's a beautiful swing. Oh, yes. Will it hang on? Just through in that pitching area there, but shouldn't be too much problem.
Pretty amazing when you're in the 4th round. You got a 4-way tie for the lead. Burns actually singes the edge of the cup at 14. Could have been a 5-way tie. And we're going to bring it live up here to the 18th and welcome the president of the Charles Schwab Corporation, Rick Worster. Good to see you, Rick, on this Memorial Day weekend.
Jim, I'm delighted to be here. And before we get going, I want to take a moment to say how sad I am about the tragedy earlier this week in Uvalde. My heart goes out to the community there and the impacted families.
Well said. Now this tournament for Charles Schwab Corporation, it's been really something you guys have enjoyed being a part of as the sponsor, and how important has it been to the company?
Well, having this tournament fall on Memorial Day weekend provides us with the opportunity to honor those who've given their life in defense of our country and our freedom. It's also a tournament that has raised a lot of money for charity. In fact, over the past 2 decades, we've raised over $100 million at this tournament for numerous great causes, including those near and dear to our own philanthropic endeavors of the economic empowerment of youth and financial literacy for all.
It's beautiful. $100 million over 20 years. And I got to ask you about the prize. At the end, there's going to be a little extra special gift for our eventual champion. Tell us about it.
Well, when we sponsor a golf tournament, we like to add a little sizzle. And this year, it's the 1979 Schwab Firebird. 1979 was an important year in our company's history, a year in which our founder, Chuck Schwab, made a big investment in technology that paid off and led to more accessible and more affordable investing for millions of investors. So it looks like we're going to have a tight race to see who drives away with that car.
Well said. It's going to be a race to get to that car. It's going to be amazing to see. Rick, thank you.
Thank you, Jim.
All the money that you guys have been able to help pump into this community here in Fort Worth. And there is that 1979 Firebird. Who will drive off with this at day's end? We're at the 9th hole, and Scott Stallings is just one off that lead. Got water in front of the green here, of course. Got to be careful. Oh, that just barely cleared the hazard and hops into the bunker. Co-leader Varner, 140 away. Oh, look at this. It flew over the green. This is some test, the 9th. Here's our first look of the day at the 16th.
And Kevin Na, past champion here. So one of those that shot 61 around here. Nearly gave it the Gary Player walkthrough. There's a superb shot by Na. And when he won, he got one of those illustrious cars. Gave it to his caddy, Kenny Harms, as we go back to 9.
Yes, he did. It was a wonderful gesture just a few years back. Here is, that was 2019. Here is Todd on the tee. He's going to go driver, Dottie.
And clearly uncomfortable. This is the second time he's gotten all set up and backed off. That fairway not quite 25 yards wide when you get into that bunker zone. And that's where this ball will end up with driver in hand.
Watching very closely, and there's why.
Just left, just short, just left of that bunker. It's 300 yards past it. Tight driving hole.
We're at 11.
And Riley with his 3rd shot. At the par 5 here, he's on a string of 4 threes in a row. How about if this dives in there? Beautiful shot from Riley, looking to make another birdie here with just that tap in. Back to 9.
Here's Stallings. Got up and down out of the sand at the 7th. And that's a nice shot, too, leaving an uphiller.
Spectacular shot from long range. Not an easy green.
Davis Riley's about to take the lead over at 11 with a birdie. And trying to become, well, the 2nd straight player from the Alabama golf team to win after JT last week.
And there it is there, Jim. Remember, lost in the playoff at Valspar earlier this season. What an amazing rookie season it's been so far. Now out in front by 1. Back to 9.
And we've got the 3rd shot here for Varner. Skips it up through the fringe, and it will be outside of Stallings. So it'll be an uphiller for his par. Well, we are enjoying the final round here of the Charles Schwab Challenge, and our leader overnight, the man who has been so dominant, Scottie Scheffler, with that 2-shot lead coming in. He has been caught. And in fact, now surpassed by Davis Riley, way up ahead, 5 under through the first 11 holes. Here's Scheffler on the tee at 9, 1 behind.
That's that pull he was fighting a bit.
Trying to hit that squeezy fade, had the ball teed low with his 3-wood, trying to get it to come back. But over in that left rough could be some tree trouble as well.
Oh, those 2 approaches coming up will be vital for the causes of both Todd and Scheffler.
10 under is Varner. We'll look at par. Trying to make sure that he's got a feel for the break here. 8 feet. Dog leg right, and this pin cut on the right side. So Varner came in knowing that he needed this to stay within a shot. Oh, extremely well done. He swung that club with confidence. So he stays at 10 under. Coming through there with a key 9th. He will turn onto the back at 2 under par. Coming off for birdie to move it to 6 under. The par 3 and able to make that. So he will head to 17. And we have seen that last couple of holes. 18 has proven tough once again. 17 among the top 5 in difficulty. Stallings. And this for par. After watching Varner make his, this is a 6-footer. That's in. Scott Stallings with a nice par save at the 9th. You can hear the fans rooting on both Varner and Stallings. Now we get to the finishing hole. Sungjae M. M is slipped to level par on the card today. And a chance to finish up 4 under for the week if he can make that.
We're live at 15, and Burns was 1 back. Oh, look at this bunker shot through the fringe to within inches.
How good was that? Whew.
Truly one of the better shots of the day. Now we've got both in the left side of this. Todd, in fact, is in the bunker. Scheffler left of the bunker.
Brendan Todd 9 under par on the front 9 this week. Best of any player in the field.
And the ball is sitting just fine. 122 to the front, but another 4 yards to carry on that right side. This is a 9-iron.
Look for this to be a little long, a little left. Safe middle of the green.
Yes. And no surprises about the wind. Big old American flag up top there blowing straight into him. Contact sounded good. It is, in fact, a little left.
It's a fine shot. I always think when I see someone particularly fighting for the title here, I think back of '98 here and Tom Watson. When he hadn't won in a long time, and he hit a shot on that 9th hole, and they're close and one on the win. Played with our Frank Nobilo, by the way, that week during the competition. Here is Davis Riley at the 12th. Uh-oh. Okay.
All right. Not a bad angle from over there.
Now we're back to the 9th. Dottie.
That's a gap wedge in Scottie Scheffler's hand. Just ticked the tree. Shouldn't knock too much off it, though.
Well, he's fortunate. You never know, right? And clears the water and lands safely. How about some week for Watson? You got to be an eyewitness to it, Frank.
Yep, just about beat me every day. I thought I played good. He played better. The next day, he played good. He played even better. Amazing effort. His last win on the PGA Tour. Now at 10, Varner just trying to thread one down. It's almost a corridor down here. It's a layup hole, really. Bit of a barranca at the end of the fairway. That's why players will just hit it about 250, 60 yards off the tee. Scott Sorling's trying to do the exact same. But this is actually a good day, Jim, to have a Tom Watson attitude, really. Doesn't matter if the ball was in a divot behind a tree. Watson always looked forward for the next shot.
Let's go around the circuit here. World of Golf KitchenAid Senior PGA Championship. They're in the final round, and they have a three-way tie. Then you go to the NV5 Invitational on the Korn Ferry Tour. Already Spencer Ralston comes in with 62. Gosh, we saw 61 there yesterday in that field. Nick Hardy, the leader by 1. So this is over at the 9th. There's high drama here at the 9th, and we heard Frank talking about, oh, if you ever reverse the 9s here, just imagine this as a finishing hole.
Especially if when they do the redo, get a little bit more length on the tee, they can go back a little farther. I think it'd be a spectacular hole.
It would be more challenging than the current 18th, which used to have more teeth to it.
Correct.
You know,
back in the day, it was a driver and an 8-iron, perhaps. Now it's a 3-wood and a sand wedge. Yeah, there's a lot of canopy that will change. There'll be a lot more open space with the redo. And I like the fact if they do switch the 9s that the horseshoe gets a little bit more attention being on the second 9.
Much more prominent, would turn into the 12th, 13th, and 14th holes. But this would also present one of the great finishing holes you would see on tour.
And with 8, they can do something special with 8 too, make it a great par 3, which I like, a par 3 in the mix in the last couple of holes.
Okay, Todd now for birdie. Keep coming. We're live now at 12 with Davis Riley, who's 25 years young, same age as Scheffler. He's a leader by 1.
Yeah, forget the pin here. Try and just get it on the center of the green if you can. Came out a little left out of the rough. That happens. Grabs the hosel of the club.
Looks surprised. I think he loved the shot. We're back at 9. And Scottie for birdie.
Like Brendan's, there's not a lot of movement in it. Slightly uphill.
Got a gust.
Hasn't been easy today.
No, it never is around here. Never easy to win, obviously, in windy conditions. Smallish greens. Always a challenge. Charles Schwab.
He admitted he wasn't all in yesterday. He wasn't quite firing everywhere.
At 16.
Now Sam Burns, 184, but really only playing about 150 yards. Elevated tee, down breeze. Hence the 9-iron. Oh, and that's still too much. I mean, it's a good 25 yards past.
Hope our camera operator's okay.
Exactly. Great job they've been doing these last few months, week in, week out. Back to 9.
That's a par. Eight pars. A shot set back at the 6th. We'll go to 10. One behind. The 10th hole. You see where Harold Varner has driven it 227. And what he's done the other 3 rounds, birdie every time.
So if we can do the same again. Wind is quartering from the left. So it wants it to push it to the right. Oh, a nice little assist. It's a similar line to the one we saw Davis Riley make it from, but perhaps a little further away. Up at the tee. And Dottie, I know you're down there next year, 2023. Well, it'll be the 20th anniversary of Annika Sorenstam. Her very first hole that year was this 10th hole. And that I don't know. I can only speak from the men's game, but it was a big impact. We all stopped and watched. But did it have a positive effect on the ladies' game?
I think it did, and it didn't go without criticism on both sides, Frank. But what a lot of people were concerned about was that it was against a tournament sponsor in Corning that had been with the LPGA for so long. But to Annika's great credit, not only did she make a big splash here, she went to Corning the next year and she won the golf tournament.
Wow, great story. This one's right by the looks of things.
Yeah, that needs a little help to hang on.
Look out.
Yeah, you're going to need a lot of luck there. If it gets on the path, might be able to get a drop, but you drop pretty close to the tree. I'll have to check on that. To 15.
Here is Jordan Spieth, 1 under for the day. 3 bogeys on the front, derailed. Had some promise early in this round.
Yeah, a couple of missed short putts again.
Oh, here's the one coming up just outside 5 feet. By the way, Annika shot 71-74. Played in the company of Aaron Barber and Dean Wilson. Those 2 rounds.
Yeah, that was good playing. She hit forwards that week closer than these guys were hitting 9 irons. Now, Scheffler needs to reset.
This pseudo driving club that he's so efficient with, Frank.
Still doesn't need to hit it too far down there. It's fine, just past the 150 mark. So that's well positioned. Now up ahead, good lie here for Stallings. He's already hit some good bunker shots. That one a little steep. He could get a little wider on some of those shots. He tends to get a little narrow.
Yeah, a little steep. Yes.
To 12.
Here is our leader, Davis Riley.
Yes, he was expecting the wind to help him a little there with that shot, and that's a spectacular bunker shot.
His last 4 starts, tied for 4th, 5th, tied for 9th at the Nelson, 13th last week at the PGA. So he's been right there this past month, and now he sits on top of the leaderboard late on Sunday. Let's go back out to the 10th.
Outside 40 feet. So this one little feed down. Try and trust the green to get the ball to the hole. So it's not too bad. From that distance, 3 foot short. It's exactly the same as 3 foot past if it doesn't go in. Now, Sam Burns from all over the back of 16. The reason why he's hitting the putter is it's just downhill once it gets on top of the green. Right about there, it goes downhill. And that's another reason why he used the putter. Great touch. So Burns still needs birdies, though. He's 9 under to 15.
For birdie. Oh, for a moment he thought he was going to get robbed.
He's still in this. Can he birdie the last 3?
There you go. Well, he did that one year, remember?
Mm-hmm.
Including a chip in behind the 17th. So 2 under for the day for Spieth, tied for 7th, and we're back to Stallings.
Yeah, 2 top 10s this season. So Scott maybe feeling a little more heat when he was winning tournaments. But you talked about his fitness. I mean, he lost 50 pounds too. Just changed his approach to diet, everything. Did affect his golf swing for a little while. Big save. Big save. So he's not out of it. Very reachable par 5 next, the 11th. To 12.
And we got Riley now lining up a putt for a sand save. Stay in front.
6 of 10 this week from the sand.
Left hand low like Jordan.
Not a problem. Clipped the tree off the tee. Thought he had hit a solid second shot. Found the bunker. Got up and down. We're back at 10.
Might just move a little to the right. Yeah, well done, Favana. So out in 33, good par at 10.
And now it's time for the save of the day, presented by Geico. Past champion Daniel Berger earlier today at the 18th. Oh, it looked like such a good shot. It tumbles down the hill. Looks destined for the water. It's inside that penalty area. So had to take a penalty. Dropped it to here. This his fourth. Boom. Got out of here with a par. That's such an unusual way to put a 4 on the card. That was the Geico save of the day, and rightfully so. Well, this isn't any good. Over at 10.
Just heard last year's champion actually finished his round in 2 hours 20 minutes today. Some Kokrak, so defending champion. He's had to play nice and fast.
Yeah, he certainly put a stoppage last year to that theory that he didn't need to be a big hitter around here. We've had a couple of big hitters win.
This looks stymied here.
It's darn close to that, Frank. It was actually stopped by a volunteer's chair. So he's got a little room to the left, but it is risky, and he's going to have to really kind of hit a boomerang. 9-iron.
It's the breeze is helping from the left.
Yes, it is. Way high, headed at the left bunker to start.
Oh, some shot. Might settle on the back edge of this 10th hole.
That is really good.
Might shine a ball for that volunteer's chair there.
Well, you would now that he got away with it, but if that ball caroms over the other side of the fairway, you might give them a stern look instead. Look at that, stayed nice and level with the ball. To 13.
Our leader now, a rookie looking like a veteran, Davis Riley on the tee.
Amanda, it's incredible. Golfers are so used to the same routine. He's been staying at home all week in Dallas. Last night, he decided to stay over here in Fort Worth. Seems to be working.
Not superstitious, just a little stitious maybe?
Whatever he's doing, it is working. And one of the best golf swings on the PGA Tour. This thing looks like it was built in a lab. It's just gorgeous.
You got to think about this Alabama program, right? In football, Nick Saban gets them very ready. They don't miss a beat when they come into the NFL. These players are not missing a beat when they come onto the PGA Tour either.
194 wind hard off the left.
Come on, win. Kidding me? Fine.
Riley's made par on this 13th hole.
Well, he's got some stress there. That's going to be a very long bunker shot going back towards the water.
Over to 10.
So well positioned now, Scheffler.
It's a 9-iron in hand for the guy who leads the field in back nine scoring this week.
Can you get the distance right? Yeah, it does. It's really what should be the goal this back nine. Try and hit it flag high all the way home. Make a couple of putts. And maybe you just, well, get on the bike and have win number 5.
Adam Svensson looking for birdie here at the 18th. Bottom of the green. This will need to cover all of 70 feet. Just go from that upper tier down just a little bit of a slope. And he judged it well distance-wise. So Svensson will have just a short putt for par. He's had a tough day. Many have, that's for sure. Our players later in the day are the only ones, it seems like right now, that are thriving in these difficult conditions. Now into the par 5 11th, Cam Davis to see what he can fashion with his second. 280 88 yards, and that is to the right side. Now, this is just a very slight dogleg to the right. And depending on that angle of attack, you can play it to that right side, which is where the pin is cut. But it looks like he is right now dealing with a lie right of the green. Russell Knox for birdie to finish up at 4 under. It'd be a treat for the Scot if he could make this. 34 feet. Well, he didn't quite get it there. Had a good line in mind. And that will just be a tap-in par. So Russell will finish up with a 1 over score today and a 3 under total. Davis Riley, the solo lead, bidding for his first win on the PGA Tour, came close at the Valspar Championship. We have seen him a few times play well, and he is just now looking to see if he can piece it all together. He has been tough to extinguish, even though he's not been able to win. He's been right there around that top spot. Into 18, Kevin Na, 137 yards. This one trying to come off the top half of the green. It does remain on the upper half, and so that will mean a quick putt down that slope 35 feet from the cup. He had a drive of nearly 300 yards and just a good number in. Now Tony Finau at 18. He also drove it up the left side. Both players very close to one another. This was an even 300 yards. And the wedge from 133, just 4 yards less than where Na was operating from. A much better result, though. Finau with a chance to get to 3 under on the day and 7 under overall with a birdie.
Now at 10, I doubt you could get a longer putt on this green. This one here.
I'm thinking he's happy just to have a putt.
More than 70 feet. That's a lot of steps, isn't it? 70 feet. He's got a few feet left as well. Yeah, time to go back to Colt and Amanda at 13.
Davis Riley on a Thursday, Colt, what does this shot feel like compared to right now where he knows he has a win possibly in his grasp?
A lot different. The heart rate is up right now. Boy, seems to have caught that one very nice, though. Look at this thing roll out. That is unbelievable under the circumstances right now. Such a great golf shot.
No fear from the rookie, Davis Riley. It's been unbelievable. Jim just mentioned it. He's put himself in the mix so many times that those are the moments, Colt, probably where you prove to yourself that you can handle it and get it done, right?
No doubt about it. Hit a bunker shot a lot like we saw a fellow Alabama Crimson Tide, Justin Thomas, last week at the PGA Championship.
That worked out pretty well for him. Over to 10.
Yeah, that shot by Justin Thomas. That was on 16 on Sunday. Guaranteed his part. Now, Scheffler, can he get a piece of the lead? No, that was probably his worst putt he's hit today. Lack speed, lack line. 17.
And Sam Burns from the middle of the fairway. Hole location in the back right corner. That usual Sunday hole location. Tiny piece of green there. Just 3 from the edge. A little wider than what he would have wanted in this position with just 2 holes to play. Now at 11, 631 yards. We're playing down the wind. 179 ball speed. If this is straight, he's for sure going to be able to reach into, oh yeah, getting a good bounce forward too. 317 yard carry. Back to 10.
Par putt for Todd. Yeah, nice brisk stroke too. No problems whatsoever to remain 1 back. To 13.
Mito Pereira broke onto the scene last week, Colt. People are just so impressed by him, rooting for him. That was for birdie.
I tell you what, I watched him warm up today. It is impressive. The guy has so much speed, so much talent. We're going to see a lot of him.
It's a matter of when at this point, right? Not if.
No doubt about it.
All right, so let's get back to Davis Riley. What are you feeling right now, Colt? It's your debut at this championship. You're a rookie trying to win for the first time. You know where you are on the leaderboard. What's going through your mind?
I mean, he's got to be very confident. Like Jim said, I mean, look how he's played over the last month. he knows his day's coming out here on the PGA Tour, and he's got to be feeling very relieved that that bunker shot's over with, because that's one with water on the other side. I mean, if your nerves you don't have control of your nerves, it's so easy just to kind of chunk it out and have 25 feet for par. But he hit the shot that was required, now has a little over 3 feet for par.
3 feet 7 inches to be exact. Does it feel a little bit longer than that?
Oh, it always
Sunday
does on a
afternoon?
Sunday. It's always the hands are shaking a little more. He knows what's at stake, but he is a star in the Mankey.
Oh. What does that do now to the psyche?
The heart rate's up again. It's the nerves are there. Now you know you just missed a golden opportunity, because we all know the 13th hole, you've got to get by this hole without a disaster. They know it's playing tough today, and if he could have walked away with a 3 there, I think he would have had so much confidence going to 14, but he's still got to realize he's in a great position. If you would have told him at the start of the week he's going to be tied for the lead going to 14 on Sunday, he would have taken it.
This for bogey now. Okay. Davis Riley will drop a shot here. Scottie Scheffler, Harold Varner, Davis Riley, Brendan Todd are now all tied at the top.
Here's Sam Burns. He's been through some of the same myriad of emotions that right now Davis Riley's experiencing. He's trying to grab a share of the lead now. But when it comes to that first win, Burns certainly can understand what's going through Riley's mind, and just have to try and stay centered on the moment. And he's proven he's done it now 3 times in his career, including back-to-back wins at the Valspar Championship. And so even though he missed there, he'll head to the next. 11 for that group to finish up today. They're right now looking at the par 5, last real opportunity to try and take on a scoring hole. Riley will make his way. After the lost shot, he'll drop out of the lead. And right now at 10 under. Scott Stallings taking a look at his number.
Sometimes you carry distances are off. Shorten up a little bit.
And they're trying to stay loose. That interaction limited to those little mini breaks those players have in the round. Other than that, it's all business. So Davis Riley has suffered bogey, lost a shot, lost the lead outright. And so now there's a big pack once again, tied, and he has to realize that even though he did make bogey, he still is in a 4-way tie, so he's not lost the lead. Davis, 7 under. And he'll try and get this up and over the bunker. A little bit of green to work with here. That sounded like that came right off the bottom of the club, popped up in the air very high. He just caught far, far too much of that. And that can happen when you have that bunker in front of you. You're trying to hit that exacting shot, and it just takes off on you. Second at 12, Patrick Reed. Reed at 6 under, limited by the limbs, had to play it low. And this one does work its way onto the green. Past the cup, but not by much. That is an excellent play. Reed from 172, able to chase it on and leave himself about a 17-footer to see if he can pick up his first birdie on the back 9. And that would be a nice bounce-back birdie after carding a 6 at 11. So the par 5, unkind to Patrick Reed today. He made bogey on both par 5s.
Awkward tee shot here. Dogleg left and the wind in and out of the left. That bunker starts right at 280. You're going to need more than 310 if you want to go over it.
just started at the bunker, Trevor, and just let it drift a little on the wind to the right center of the green, fairway?
Yeah, not quite sure he has the power to cover that bunker, does he? Let's see how he regroups after the bogey at 13. This one riding the wind here. Oh.
He's OB. He's OB. He's OB.
Well, we heard that. Didn't quite see it finish, but heard somebody say it was out of bounds. Oh, we'll bring in Mark Deuce-Barbic to get a clearer picture on that.
There is out of bounds over there on the right-hand side. You have a chain link fence over there bordering a road. So it may have gotten held up there. We're not sure. Probably best that he hits a provisional.
Hits a provisional and gets down there to see where that ball ended up. Signal seems to be that it went out. Gosh, how the last 5 minutes or so have changed the complexion of this tournament for Davis Riley. Mind spinning, but try to drop back into that routine and make a good swing here and then go from there. So the provisional ball is on the way, and you can just see and feel the disappointment. Overcompensated, that one way to the left. Mark, you got any more information for us?
Yeah, Pete Dasherson is our rules official on the spot down there, and he has confirmed that it has rolled through the fence, so it will be out of bounds, and the ball that went left there is going to be his, he's going to be line 3 right there.
In play, so hitting his 4th shot from well left of the fairway. We'll take another look at this first tee shot. Trying to play the fade, just hung that face open, and once he saw that start line to the right, riding the wind, he knew there was going to be a problem. Dogleg left, you run out pretty quick if you get that ball moving right.
Yeah, you called it right from the start. It's always a difficult drive if you want to go on the breeze. You let it go a little too much, spinning with the fade. Gone.
Okay, that's the look from behind the 11th green after the long wait. Varner, one of the co-leaders. Cam Davis did make a bogey here after 340-yard tee shot, 288 to the hole for Varner. We're going to watch this with our Top Tracer technology, powered by Top Golf. So Riley and Varner with wayward shots here now. At least Varner's going to have some green to work with. So missing on the correct side. But he would have wanted better than that for sure. Now Starlings. Same distance. Wind helping and a little out of the right. I'm not quite sure if that dipped down into the bunker. So things a little volatile here right now. Riley looking for his first win, just hits it out of bounds at 14. He's in some trouble. Scheffler waiting on the tee at 11. 4-way tie at the top right now. Lots of action left.
Out to the 16th, Chad Ramey. He's at 2 under. Ramey's score dipping from 5 under to start. And really struggled at 14. That's where just things kind of got a bit out of sorts. He went from 2 over to 4 over with a double there, which meant his score for the week dropped to 1 under. He came back with birdie, though, at 15. Here's Andrew Putnam, 3 under, and the 15th. Putnam from 161. Dogleg right. That one over the back edge. This could be trouble. And blocked by our camera tower here. It looks like it is sitting up. That should be okay. So he can pop that one back onto the green. 16. And Christian Bezuidenhout. 2 under par. South African trying to end the week in red figures. He is 3 over today. This one just working to the back edge. A really, really fast surface. Bo Hostler, 3 under par. Second shot into 15. Hostler with bogeys at 13 and 14. 105 yards in. That one just spinning away from the cup. He had a birdie at the third, but he's been 4 over since then. And so he's another one of the proud Texans that has shined in this state before, but he just hasn't had his best stuff over the last couple of days. Now this putt from the back portion. Chad Ramey at 16. And a little bit of break. Once you come over that spine, well, he saw a little bit more, and perhaps that's related to the speed because it just kept going. A little less pace in that putt, it might have nestled a little closer to the cup. Still, he has a lot of work there. That's a little over 4 feet for that par. Now Putnam scrambling at 15. He was at least happy to see it sitting in the rough as opposed to falling into that lake. And so now a long par will be coming up for Putnam.
Back at the 14th with Riley.
I think I see it over there, Lance.
So got the signal, but wanted to confirm it for himself that that ball was indeed out of bounds. Back to 11 and Todd.
That's down the center stripe.
And Ian, that extra distance that he's got over the last few weeks is going to need it here if he wants to get up in 2.
Yeah, I agree. Not many guys get it on the surface here. It's a long way to go for 2, but the first half of that exam is good.
At 18, just 1 back. Burns.
Knock it in close, get a birdie, set a number.
Okay. There's one for something a little closer than that, but he'll have a look at it. And we're back at 11.
And Scheffler with the driver.
Needs one down here like he did on 7, Trevor. 350.
Average driving distance on this hole today has been 320 down the wind by the players. And this one bounding down there. So the Masters champion is in a good spot at the final par 5. Now up at the green, Varner. Lie seems to be okay and a lot of green to work with.
Yeah, it's a good miss, missing it way left there rather than right like Cam Davis.
Sounded a little thick and heavy.
So I'll have that one for birdie coming up. Past champion Kevin Na, the Charles Schwab Challenge, sponsored by Farmers Insurance. Get a quote at farmers.com. Mayo Clinic, the official medical source of the PGA Tour. And by Charles Schwab, the official investment firm of the PGA Tour. They've had these specialty cars for the champions the last several years, and Firebird, 79 Firebird to the winner today. We're back at 11.
Stallings from the bunker. Can he join that group at 10 under? Man, he's hit some beautiful bunker shots today.
And 3 or 4 in a row, just incredible. One of these guys is going to have to put their pedal down if they're going to drive off in that 79 Firebird, that's for sure.
It's a beauty. Well, Riley pulled the handbrake here at 14.
Inadvertently. Only ball out of bounds this week at 14.
We'll jump back to 11 where Varner's got this length, the putt for birdie. Oh, nice view here. He's got to keep going. Had the line, but well short. Inside the top 40 in the official World Golf Rankings now. It's been a breakout season for him. Up to 18.
And he can tie the lead right here.
Just feed it down there. It's a pretty quick putt.
Make sure you get it there. Need birdie. Oh, what a good putt.
So close.
Fractions, we talk about it all the time. Difference between hoisting a trophy and finishing a shot back. But he'll post it. Last week we had JT posting early and sitting back and waiting, and it all came back to him, and of course eventually beating Will Zalatoris in the playoff. 65 today, though. A salute to Sam for a fine round. We go back to the 11th.
Matt Starling's taking another look at the line here for birdie to make it a 5-way tie. And he makes it. What a beautiful up and down that is. 5 straight up and downs from bunkers this week for Starlings. And another player at 10 under. Man, we're in for quite a finish here at the Charles Schwab Challenge. Had a playoff last week at the PGA Championship. Oh, we're going to have 2 in a row.
We've had some memorable playoffs on CBS the last 12 months, haven't we? Some
That's
long
right.
ones, some improbable ones.
Thinking back to the Travelers. What was that, 7 holes?
8.
8 holes? Varner for par. Okay.
I thought he'd pulled that.
Just dove in that left side, didn't it? But after the 340-yard tee shot, he's going to be disappointed with just the long iron in there to walk away with 5. As they leave the green back in the fairway, Brendan Todd did go ahead and lay up. Didn't have the firepower to quite get there.
Trevor, that was the first time he's laid up on a par 5 all week. Now Scottie with a 3-iron in his hand. 260 to the front, 278 to the hole.
That 260 to the front down the wind. What do you think? Playing 240-ish?
245 max.
Okay.
So very high, holding its line at the left half.
That wind has got a hold of it there. So in a similar spot to Varner with Scheffler's short game, I expect him to get that up and down. Looking for that first birdie of the day as we take a look at the strike here, Ian.
Yeah, he's amazing. See how he really gets off that left foot there, turns it out. The right slide, similar to that of Greg Norman back in the day, Calcavecchia, just sort of holding the balance. But some immense speed, big fella.
Now at 14, Riley is 4th. After hitting that first tee ball out of bounds. Keep going. Okay. Not bad there. Up to 18.
Jordan Spieth coming off bogey at 17. He was in a greenside bunker after finding the rough off the tee. Here he's in the fairway, though. Ideal position. Trying to sling one in here. Short of the hole. 2 putts for a round of 69. Past champion. Annual contender here, Jordan Spieth.
Scott Stallings to the tee at 12, coming off birdie at 11. 437 yards. Abbreviated backswing.
Come our way, boy.
Sometimes that can promote just a quick offline, missing the center of the face swing. So that's to the rough to the right on a dogleg left. Come back to the tee to pick up Harold Varner III. And it's not much of a dogleg at all. You can see the bunkering to the right. And if you're drawing the ball, that's certainly a good place to start it Varner very reliable off the tee. Varner among the top 35 the last couple of rounds in strokes gained putting, or excuse me, strokes gained off the tee, and he's top 25 today. He's been top 7 in strokes gained putting twice this week. Now Davis Riley, and this has just been a tough hole. Share of the lead, he'll lose that coming up. It's just a matter of what the score will be. And so Riley playing his 5th now, and will be set up for what will be his 6th shot from 7 feet. Brendan Todd letting go. Todd's second, slipping into the bunker to the right as they work the 12. And so Todd trying to see what he's got here. He still has a chance. He had 322 coming in, and it was on the par 5 11th where he just hit that, but he's left himself in that bunker from close to 40 feet. And so a little bit of a tough spot to be in with a small area of the green to attack that pin. Meanwhile, Scheffler has 278, and he hit his into the primary rough, and so he's looking at about 36 yards to work with. So both players right now seeing if they can get up and down for birdie from opposite sides of the hole.
Oh, back at the 11th. Interesting sequence here with Riley hitting it out of bounds at 14. Todd now in the bunker here in 3 at the par 5.
And Scottie Scheffler's just hanging around.
He sure is. Started the day with a couple shot lead. He's 1 over, hasn't made a birdie, and is still in a tie for the lead. How's that lie down there, Dottie?
It's okay. He's got a small ridge 3 steps from the hole. He's got to make sure he gets it up over, and that's been an issue so far in this round. He's kind of pitched a little bit weaker than normal.
You think he stays with the 60 or goes with the less loft to get some run out of here?
I sure like the less loft.
Okay. Me too.
Yeah, me too.
Especially because it's uphill as well, right?
Exactly. Land it short of that little ridge and let it just trundle up over it.
Well, Frank referenced it earlier with the pitch shot he hit at 3 at the Masters when he holed that. Over the last few months, we've seen him hit shots around the green that are really only rivaled by likes of Spieth and Reed, players like that.
Yeah, he's hit 10 memorable ones in the last 10 tournaments for sure. Incredible.
He's actually holed out 5 times this year, once yesterday.
That's right, back at the 10th yesterday. So we were talking him up, and that's pretty average. Let's take a look at the strike. It was sitting quite well. Yeah, catches it high on the face, so it came out soft on him. That's why you go with less loft. Straighter face. Can tend to avoid that. Now up at 14. This is for double bogey for the rookie.
Huge putt for his psyche.
Massive. Just his 33rd PGA Tour start. Okay, so makes that, but plays 13 and 14 in 3 over, and all of a sudden 2 behind. Back to 11 and Todd.
Lie is fine, but can you stop kicking yourself fast enough to get something good to happen here?
Yeah, pretty poor 3rd shot there from the middle of the fairway. He's got a little work left. Up to 18.
And 35 feet away for a 200 par 68.
Once again this week, Jim, he's left a lot out there, hasn't he?
Yeah, he's struggled with the green speeds. He's been actually knocking him past a number of times. Big distances. This time comes up short. That's about 4.5 short.
Now the four-way tie with Davis Riley stepping back to 8 under par. Scheffler 1 over today. And we'll see what he can do here at the par 5 11th. He has about 35 yards that he was working with and still looking at a 20-foot try for birdie coming up. And if he can do that, he'll break that tie at the top. But first, back to 18.
It is 4.5 feet.
Oh, no, another one.
Closing 3-putt bogey. Bogey's the last 2 holes.
Oh.
Drop back into a tie for 10th.
There I was saying when he birdied 15, he was a chance.
He actually holed a 6-footer at 16 for a par, and then misses from 11 feet at 17 and 4.5 feet at 18. 11.
Scheffler for birdie.
Spent more time over this putt than normal. Just kind of looking for something, Trevor.
And the group in front, we saw Varner come up short from about here. Scheffler with good speed, but a little misread. Up to 12.
Here's Stallings coming off a birdie at 11 to join the leaders.
He is way left off the tee, having to come back over the trees, is he?
Not sure where that one ended up. Varner, meanwhile, fine tee shot. We now hear Stallings' second shot airmailed the green. Now here's Varner at the 12th.
He's going right at it. Oh, same as Davis Riley.
Well, that from 124.
Bad shot at the wrong time there.
Meanwhile, at 11.
He's only 2 par 5s on this golf course. Todd is 5 under for the 5 so far this week. This for par. And always right. And that is the first 6 that he has made this week. And it comes at a terrible time for him. Take a look. Right about halfway here. It got underneath the hole after a little bounce there. Skipped right on him. Up to 15.
Riley suddenly 2 back, but not out of it.
It is a brutal day in that wind. You can see the trees just being buffeted around.
Paddles say left. Well, next week on tour, the Memorial Tournament presented by Workday. We'll be there. Back to Jack's Place and the Memorial Tournament with a loaded field. Meanwhile, the Champions Tour, the Principal Hall Charity Classic in Des Moines, the Rex Hospital Open in Raleigh on the Corn Ferry, and that is the golf ball of Harold Varner, buried at the 12th.
A wedge into the wind, a lot of spin. It's going to bury.
Tough break there.
Actually, not that bad a shot from that lie in that situation, really.
Where'd that land? What do you need, sir? Where'd that land? Right there. No way it landed right there.
Where did, I'm assuming it rolled.
Where did that land?
You're telling me they can't find the golf ball? Scott Stallings over the green, airmail. Never seen anybody in the water long at 12. I think that's the case. Back on the tee, it's Scheffler.
Trying to work it around the corner, just awkward for him as much as he likes to hit that little slider, but there's room.
Kind of like Mito last week on the 18th. Face was a little open coming in, tried to save it.
Somebody tells Sam Burns not to go too far. So our spotter is saying that the ball is dry. That's what we're hearing, the information we're receiving. But he's getting a ruling here.
He only had 149 yards into the green.
I don't see any sign of it. So he's
might be getting line of sight drop from the fence and the sorry, from the tent.
I don't believe that was accurate information coming in, unless he's getting is he getting some sort of that's what you're saying?
Relief from the TIO.
All right, Deuce, I think you can help settle this.
Yeah, Jim. Mike Peterson is on the spot there as our rules official. The ball is back behind the temporary movable obstruction. So what Mike is trying to do is find the equidistant arc in line with the flagstick on the edge of the temporary movable obstruction there, and then he's going to drop one club length and drop in the other one.
And play his third shot.
And play his third shot.
Yeah. So what looked like for a moment there is we were unclear. Could have been a disaster. Who knows? Maybe you can find. Well, there you can see the obstruction. Camera tower. Let's go back to the tee. Baton. Never seen anybody back there before.
No, not,
I mean,
that was way over the green from, short iron distance, 149. That's perfect.
But then again, I've only been coming here 37 years, so.
Me too.
There
1985.
You go. There you go. Let's go to 15, Davis Riley. And that one's over the green.
We have seen some unusual shots, haven't we, this last half hour? Riley out of bounds there at 14, unusual. This one here, never seen before.
I mean, you got Varner with a longish putt here for his par. Stallings, who will do well to make par. Scheffler in the fairway. He might find himself back with the lead alone and still not even have a birdie on the card today.
He may even play this because where his option was down on the bank near the hazard line, the yellow line you see there in the penalty area. And he's deciding, I think I'm better off going over this obstruction and not taking the drop.
So Deuce, if he likes to do this, and then it's at your own risk, obviously, if he hits an antenna or something crazy, I mean, what's the story there?
Well, that would be just a bad break. You know, he's taken the choice right now. If he wants to play it, he can play it. He can obviously play it. But if he chooses to take the relief, he's got to take complete relief. And that's the issue that they're talking about. He doesn't like the lie. So I think he's going to choose to play it. But if he hits the temporary removable obstruction wire, then it's just a tough break, I think.
Go that direction as long as where we get the ball is.
He's actually getting a drop here now because he's standing on a sprinkler head there and playing the shot over the TIO.
He's made his drop. Ball is in play. We go to Riley over the back of the 15th.
Not an easy angle from here too. I think the bunker comes into play on this shot.
All right, that's not going to be an easy one either. Anybody up to making a par these days?
Sam Burns is heading to the range to hit balls for the playoff, I think. 9 under may be good enough. So now he may be closer to the other side because of that drop from the sprinkler head.
And if he needed any reminder, he's playing for a lot of FedEx Cup points.
Very true. He has 500, in fact.
Is it playing on his mind, or is that really there? I don't know.
It's a FedEx drop-off.
There you go.
He's getting his relief between the D and the E.
He's going ground. But he's going to have he's going to have to get relief from this, and then
he might have to go air.
Yeah, not next day though. He needs it today. Meanwhile, they wait back in the fairway. How much regret do you think Todd has for laying up at 11, Dottie?
It'd be hard not to have.
Yeah.
Wait, it's either regret over the layup or about the very subpar wedge that he hit into the bunker.
Harold Varner and Chris Rice there, his caddy, having a good chuckle and just trying to stay lighthearted in this situation where he's got 10 minutes of waiting time.
Well, remember, Ian, I mean, I think the heat index is in the mid to high 90s. Guys have been out here a while.
Yeah, it's.
It looks like a great lie too, and a good line after all of that.
Good lie. You never know, he might be able to do something exceptional here.
While we wait, up ahead at 15, this is for par.
Stay within 2. Oh.
Nice putt.
Woo. 2 good putts there at 14 and 15 for Davis Riley. Pressure packed. Lance Bennett on the bag. He's seen some good play over the years on Matt Kuchar's bag. He'd be a good man to have on your team.
Kenny Stallings after an airmail and 4 drops later.
Maybe he can drop it in the cup.
Oh, it didn't get there.
Out of the rough, second into 18. And he is trying to route this from the left side of the fairway up and over those trees. He had 160 yards coming in, and he is on the surface, but you can see about 35 feet above the cup, and that's from that top tier that he'll be looking to strike that. Mito Pereira, and he stepped away just to take one more look. Perhaps a rush of wind coming through. You can hear it swirling around 16. 192 yards. And Mito just struggling at 13 and 14. He had moved it to a 5 under score for the day. 11 was really looking sharp. But too many bogeys have now clouded the card. This one missing back and right after starting the day with those birdies at the first and second holes. He is right now 1 over on the round. And so Pereira, along with Davis Riley. Riley certainly knows what he's been dealing with, as he has lost 3 shots and just coming through with a par at 15 a moment ago. A 3-way tie at the top. Scottie Scheffler, the most experienced of the bunch, given what he's been able to do this season. Stallings certainly a multiple winner and an accomplished player. And then Varner looking for that first win. The 18th for Chad Ramey. And Ramey with this lie above his feet. Corrales Punta Cana Resort Championship. And from 142 above the hole, looks like he is missing and finding that bunker bottom left of the greens complex. So he's still about 45 feet from the cup. And he'll try and get up and down at the home hole to remain 1 under.
This was earlier for his 4. hit a good putt too. He's going to drop him out of the lead.
5's not too bad with what he went through to get it.
And now, remember, after being buried in the front bunker, HV3 has this to stay tied. It's just a long time to wait.
Yeah.
It's going to put Scheffler in the lead alone. We're at 16 now.
So if the lead is 10, he's still only 2 back, despite coming off the rails the last few holes. Davis Riley. Just let the breeze push the ball, kick it forward. Now this might come back. That was a superb shot. Didn't get much for it. Really, never left the flag. Now back to Harold Varner at 12.
You know, in the last 45 minutes, we've had 5 players reach 10 under par. Oh my goodness! And that's a longer distance away for double coming up. I mean,
he was just trying to lag the first putt down, downhill, downwind. Now he's got a 4-footer for the double. And he only had a wedge into the green.
124.
No one wants the plaid jacket. It's not that bad.
Oh my
goodness.
Goodness gracious. It is gotten completely away from him here at the 12th.
All that waiting.
Well, I'm hearing now, we're waiting for Scheffler once Stallings holds, presumably he'll hold this for his 5. Scottie Scheffler finished the 10th hole at 3:30 local time. That's what we're told. That's almost, that's 44 minutes ago. Scheffler finished the 10th. He's played the 11th and hit his tee shot at 12. And by the time he plays his next shot, it'll be 45 minutes.
Unbelievable.
Played 1 hole
and 1 drive.
1 tee shot. We've gone from 5 that were tied for the lead at some point during this craziness. Never 5 at one time, but we had 4. Then Riley dropped out and Stallings moved up. Stallings falls back. Now we got Todd.
After a bunch of practice swings trying to get loosened up again, this is a 7-iron. Wind whistling in. And that did not sound solid.
No, it's drifted over as well, spinny on the wind. It's just a hard green to hit in this left to right into wind. It always has been. It's just a tough hole, a tough stretch actually. 12, 13, 14.
Let's go to 13.
Scott Stallings now, Colt.
That a 7-iron on the way, finds himself just 1 back. Oh, that'll work right there. Anything in the middle of the green here today is a great golf shot.
Back to 12.
Now, after that interminable delay, what will Scheffler do?
Well, he does have a bit of a hook lie. We're not getting a signal about the club.
Just off the back. It's going to be fine. That's where we just saw Stallings a moment ago. But all these players joined him, and now he's left alone again at the top. And how will Varner rebound after the triple?
Well, and Harold said it yesterday. What he's learned through looking for his first win is that you're never out of it, but there's certainly no more room for error, right, Colt?
Yes, and it looks like he made another error. This one heading right. Oh my goodness. What a disaster for Harold Varner.
How much does that waiting impact a player like Harold in this position?
Normally no, but it obviously had something to do with it there. The triple from 124 and now just got way too aggressive here at 13.
Just chaos. That's all it's been. You can see winds are fierce. The greens are getting very dried out too.
Yep. They get crusty on top. Ball bounces around on the wind.
And the pressure of it all is right before you, folks.
It's hard to win on the PGA Tour. That is for sure on a day like this.
At 16.
Well, now Davis Riley, he's looking for his first birdie at par 3 all week. He's actually played the par 3s 2 over, but I mean, this could completely change the momentum because Scheffler's not exactly making birdies. He's received a gift at this stage. So maybe Riley can be the first one to go. Maybe not. Took a little bobble. Right on line 2. So to 12.
Here's Todd. He's got a lot of green to work with.
He does, but he has to land it, Jim, on a small knob that'll then kick it down a touch toward the hole. Lie is not terrific.
And coming off a weak bogey at 11.
Landed it perfectly, but it's just getting so firm out here.
Oh, yeah. You can just see it. Let's go to 13.
Harold Varner now his 3rd shot.
That from 110, and not the easiest shot either. This one headed left of the hole. Boy, he wishes he could have those last 20 minutes back.
Yeah, Scott Stallings' caddy John just walked by and said, wow. And Jim, like you said, these wins are probably the hardest that we have felt all day, the most consistent. Hats are flying off, signs are falling over. It's total chaos, not just from the players, but also from the conditions.
I'd like to be Sam Burns right now sitting in the clubhouse.
That's right.
He's got to feel like he has a great chance.
Over to 12.
Of the last 5 pairings, only Riley is under par for the last 5 pairings. And remember, he had it to 11 at one time, and it's fallen back to 8. So here's Scheffler.
It ought to come out of this fringe pretty well. You know, another thing is your mind is going fast because you're in contention, and then you pile the wind and the difficulty on top of it, and there's just a lot going on.
Oh, so much. I think you're aware too that there's not a lot of positive karma out there on the course right now.
It's not friendly out here, and the guys can see a big board. They know what's happening.
16.
Yeah, so pars are getting a little more difficult to make. Scotty just referenced. Whatever happens at the end of the day, I think Davis Riley's going to learn more from today because he was at the top of the leaderboard. So it's a different feeling that we'll think about tonight, whatever the outcome. Back to, well, do you call it the action? At 12?
Well, at least there is action right now, yes. It's not pretty action, but this will be a par attempt for Brendan Todd. I mentioned earlier they kind of debuted Colonial in 41 with the U.S. Open, won by Craig Wood at 4 over. In the final round that year, not one top 12 finisher broke par. Suddenly now, all these years later, a U.S. Open's broken out in the late stages.
I was thinking the same thing.
And that's going to be another drop shot. To 8 under now for Todd.
From 2 good drives at 11 and 12 as well in the fairway.
13.
Bogey putt now for Varner. So I've been there. It is a horrible feeling deep in your gut. Tough conditions. Get your name right up there on the top, and then just in a matter of minutes, it's all changed. 7-5. Back to 12 we will go.
Triple double. And you're sitting there with all that time to think about a wedge that got away from you. It could have been a completely different story. Just anywhere on the green, you think he might not get close.
That's right. He only needed to be 5 feet farther to the right, and he's on the green with a birdie putt with that second shot into 12.
Scheffler looking around.
He's trying to time out the gusts.
Good luck with that.
Right.
Well, he's over on that side of the cup where Harold missed the putt for a double. Again, this green is speedy right now. It is.
It's diabolical. It really is. It's
dried out.
Dried out, open, exposed to the conditions.
He's going to buy some more time. He made par on this hole yesterday, and since that time he's made 1 birdie since, and that was on 18 yesterday from 31 feet. Nothing today, but still leads if he holds this alone. Oh no, my goodness, not even close.
As he shoved that to the right, straight off the putter face. Took him a while to get settled. Gusts of wind, unsure of the line.
Sam Burns is tied for the lead. He's been in for almost a half an hour with 65. Shot 8 under over the weekend, 67, 65. And let's go to 13.
All of a sudden, this putt could really make a big difference for Scott Stallings.
Yeah, breaking from his left to right. The wind's going to actually make it move more to the right. Still, from what we've seen lately, nothing is good right now.
Leaves himself 4 feet for par over to 17.
I feel like I need to catch my breath. I can only imagine how these players are feeling right now. You see how Davis Riley's played this hole in the first 3 rounds with 2 birdies. What he would do for another one right here. And that iron down the left-hand side of the fairway leaves him in a perfect spot to this back right hole location. Back to 13.
Okay, 4 par.
Just got to really stay still here. Don't let that wind affect you. Solid 3 there.
Big time 3 for Scott Stallings.
Glad to be finished with the 13th today.
Big sigh of relief. All right, Colt. Scottie Scheffler now.
Coming off just an absolute shocking short miss there back at 12. We've seen what this hole can do to these guys. I mean, you just got to ignore the flag stick. You got to look 30, 40 feet left of the hole, even far left side of the green. Anything on the putting surface, you're going to be extremely happy.
When you don't have your best stuff and you still find yourself atop this leaderboard, does that help in your confidence on a hole like this?
No, it doesn't. I mean, he's going to be crazy nervous on this tee shot. There's no doubt. He knows this is one of the, well, this is probably the only hole left where an actual disaster can happen. Scotty going with 6 iron. I do not believe that was very solidly struck, but he got away with it. Wow. That was a mishit that turned out fantastic.
When you're world #1, sometimes those shots just go your way. Scottie Scheffler in a great position there. He's putting. He's breathing easier than most, I think, right now.
Not too often you see a 64 feet apex for Scottie Scheffler.
Brendan Todd. He loves this place, Cole. I mean, he has talked about how it just suits his game, and he walks on to Colonial and just immediately feels like he can get it done every time he comes here.
Yeah, this is one of the few places on the PGA Tour where he knows he can really, really contend. You know, length isn't a huge advantage here at Colonial. It's all about putting the ball in the fairway and making putts, and he does that as well as anybody on the PGA Tour.
Exactly what he told me yesterday after his round. If you look at his strokes gains off the tee, it's a lot better than the rest of his season. He said it's because there isn't an advantage to hit it long. I'm not really long, and it's rolling out for me on the fairways. So that certainly helps him around this place.
But put himself in a great spot to pick up another win. Looked like a very nice strike heading at the left side of the green. He'll take it.
All right, both players safely on the dance floor now. Let's take it over to 17.
And Davis Riley's second, 170 to the hole. 166 gets him over that front right bunker. That wind is out of the left. Is he going to push it? Okay, so decent distance control, but quite a long way off for birdie. Wow, how things have changed in the last hour at the Charles Schwab Challenge. 3 tied at the top.
Down on the roadway to the fence.
Back of the green at 18, Bo Hostler.
He's bad. That's not good. He's OB then. You got to hit another one.
And Hostler for birdie. That one just running along the left edge of the cup. Thought he would be able to end on a high note. Just one birdie on his card today. Nothing like he imagined. And he'll tap in for the par. 3 over on the inward half. And that feeling just didn't come through. You have to survey the areas of concern, figure out what is missing over the final 18 holes. 16 now for Patrick Reed. Reed with 2 birdies, 2 bogeys on the front side, 1 over on the back. Asking for this one to sit, and it did. Stayed right on the edge. And that's just about 15 feet from the flag. And so Reed, if he can make that, it'll get him back to even on the day, back to 7 under overall. And there are just a couple of holes left in front of him. And who knows, he's just 2 off the lead if he makes it. The 18th, Andrew Putnam, 2 under. This to move it to 3 under par. Putnam, that one's in. Great way to finish up the day. Off bogey at 17, he bounces back with a birdie at the last. And that moves him to 3 under. He started 5 under, so he's not happy, not the way he'd like it to be. But he does card the 72. So he'll sign the card for that 2 over number, and that will be just on the outside of the top 20. Chris Kirk, 3 under par at 16. Well, he mentioned a little danger here. And this one running right to the corner of the green. Wind helping, and both he and Reed will have a chance to see if they can make putts right there in the 15-foot range. Kirk closer to 12 feet, Reed right at 14 feet. And so if they can make those, Reed can get to within 2, and Chris Kirk, he'll draw 1 closer.
We're back here on the 13th hole. This is Brendan Todd from 58 feet.
Once again, we see another player back off because of a crazy wind gust.
I have to tell you, though, when he walked past those, Colt, he was the only player we've seen in the last few groups to actually be laughing and seemed very relaxed.
I mean, what else can you do in these conditions? It's just so tough out here. This from almost 60 feet going to be really fast. But as we've talked about all day, not many roll it better than Brendan Todd. This is a great line if it's enough.
Gave a little shrug over to 14.
And Scott Stallings going with less than driver, which I think is a smart play, particularly if you're going with the fade here. And sitting up down the left-hand side, hitting it through that wind. May have snuck into the second bunker.
May have.
Back to the par 3.
Our final pairing of the day, Scottie Scheffler now has a look at birdie from 11 feet.
I just can't get over that tee shot. I mean, it sounded like he hit it dead in the forehead and ends up releasing up there to 11 feet. Now has an opportunity for a rare birdie here at the 13. We've seen this putt. It breaks a little right early, then comes back to the left as it starts to slow down.
We've only seen 8 birdies today on the 13th. 13 bogeys, 10 double bogeys. That's how difficult this has been playing.
And when do you think the last time world number 1 has gone an entire round without a birdie?
I know our wonderful researchers are on that right now.
I mean, this could be a huge step in the right direction to pick up a birdie at the difficult 13th. I believe this playing is the 2nd hardest hole on the golf course today, which is crazy for a par 3.
Just misses on that right side from 10 feet, 8 inches over to 17.
And Davis Riley with this birdie putt here to try and join that group at 9 under. This putt from 34 feet. Made a 30-footer back at 10, but oh my. Back to 14 and Stallings. Did he get enough of it? Sounded a little heavy. So one of the co-leaders in trouble at the difficult 14th. Back to 13.
Well, Colt, usually I think we would just pay this off, but nothing is safe here today.
These greens have become so crusty and so fast. It is just an absolute battle for these guys out here.
Pours in that 3-footer, walks away with par, and on to the 14th. Brendan Todd will go.
Probably didn't think he could be over par and still in his round and still be just one back through 13 holes.
Oh, Scottie Scheffler as well. It's been an amazing sequence of events that we have seen so far late Sunday afternoon.
All right, solid par. It's over with.
All right, Jim, that is a wrap for us from the 13th. Colt and I might need some time to unwind from that one, but we're going to throw it over to you.
Well, we got some highlights from the D flight at the club championship. This is the last hour. And I say that, of course, purely in jest, with great respect for their abilities, but it's just whatever's happened. All of a sudden, over the span of, I call it 45 minutes, nothing can go right. Riley out of bounds, leads to double. Todd makes 6 on a par 5 from the middle of the fairway. Here's Stallings way over the green at the 12th, which leads to a bogey. Remember, 10 was the lead score. This right here is where it really got insane. And something coming from this side of the cup, because not only does he miss it for double, leading to his triple, but Scheffler, you'll see here in a minute, misses it also wide right, coming from that same side. So I don't know what the situation was there. Harold backs it up with the water at 13. So that is a double on that hole. Scheffler, after backing off twice, doesn't even scare the hole from a couple of feet away. I mean, the Texas winds certainly wreaking havoc.
They always do here at Colonial, and it's really bearing its teeth today. This is what you can expect out here when the greens get hard and fast like this.
And so there's your leaderboard. 9 is the lead score. Burns is in with 65. I want to remind everyone again that Ian Baker Finch won this tournament in 1989, and he said after Jordan Spieth made birdie at 15 to get to 7 under, he wasn't out of it. At that point now, he was just 2 shots behind what is the lead number right now.
It can happen here. It really can. I remember when I won, I shot 70 that final round to hang on to I had a pretty good lead, but par on a day like today is very good.
And Riley there with a costly 3-putt. Just look at that since the 13th hole. Now at 14, Stallings is 3rd. That is a beauty over the corner of the bunker. So he may be able to get out of here with a par at the 2nd most difficult hole on the golf course today. Now back at the tee, Scheffler.
Trevor, I think it's worth remembering how difficult the conditions were when Scottie won at Bay Hill. This is not unlike that.
That is a good point. Blustery winds down in Central Florida that weekend.
Also, the 3rd round at Augusta was windy.
It was windy and cold, yes.
That's right. Great point. His club face awareness is unbelievable through impact. Now, Todd, he's played this hole 1 under so far this week, Dottie.
I think he'd take par right now.
Oh, yeah.
This is why you can't get too involved in the leaderboard early, because you don't know what's going to happen.
More than a 15-mile-an-hour difference in ball speed for those 2 players off of the 14th tee. Man, what is going on out here since these guys have made the turn? Fort Worth is treating us to a great finish. Stick with us. Can't wait to see what happens.
Patrick Reed, 14 feet. And this is a chance to get within 2. He is just trying to line this one up, get a feel for the speed. And he had the line. The speed wasn't there, and it just fell off to the right. And so Reed, it looks like, will remain 1 over on the day. Making sure he doesn't step into the line of Chris Kirk. But that's a disappointing 3. And so Patrick now has 17 and 18, and he knows that there were opportunities. But as difficult as the course has been with the wind up the way it has really for the last hour or so, it's hard just to maintain that score. Even on the front, 1 over on the back for Reed. Chris Kirk, meanwhile, this is just outside of 11 feet. And he is over par by 4 shots. He made birdie at 1 and hasn't really made anything since for par or better. And so now, just been trying to find an opportunity. And this, at the very least, late in the afternoon, will make things feel a little bit better heading to the last couple of holes. He can bring it back to 4 under for the week. Just outside of 11 feet, birdie try. And Chris Kirk is going to miss. He has had that type of day with the flat stick. When you look at his numbers putting, he's already offered up 26 putts, and he's only made 35 feet worth of putts hold. And that tells the tale. He made 31 putts with nearly 95 feet worth of putts made in the 3rd round, and he was top 3 in putts per greens hit, but not in this final round. 9 under. Scheffler is still out on the course, 5 holes remaining. 16 now. Davis at 6 under. Let's see what he has. This one is going to go through the green. All the way to the back.
Back at the 14th. Stallings now to try and save par. Colt Knost has joined this group.
Needs to have it here. This is just ridiculous out here right now.
Low all the way. Up to 18.
And Davis Riley at 7 under. And again, he had it at 11 under. Earlier on this side, and was the leader alone. Stallings is tapped in for bogey at 14.
Todd back in the fairway.
Trevor well back in the fairway, 45 yards behind Scottie Scheffler.
Talk to me about that wind down there, Dottie.
Oh, Trevor, I was just telling you in the break that when you really get a good gust, it's actually hard to keep standing up and moving forward. Scottie Scheffler just told me the same thing. He's having a hard time standing up.
Yeah. What's our target? The tallest portion of the tower where the camera height is? Yeah. Try aim left edge of that? Yep. Okay. Couldn't commit it here.
4 pars and a birdie, and he ties Sam Burns at 9 under.
That's a nice thought to step into the swing with.
Longest iron in his bag is 5 iron. That's a boring 6.
Yeah, and a beautiful shot back into the wind. Don't want to miss this green to the left and that deep bunker down there. So right up the middle for Todd. Up to 15.
Stallings now 1 behind.
Wind hard off the right, and this one is headed left towards the gallery.
Hit it left on the last hole as well. And there's tree trouble.
And we're back at 14.
Scheffler's ball on the way.
Hearing that was pitching wedge, trying to flight it down.
Oh, yeah, that's fantastic. Just goes to show what distance can do. Todd going with 6 iron for his second. Scheffler with just the pitching wedge into the second hardest hole on the golf course.
Huge advantage.
You see him lay that club head just behind the hands in the delivery position. Powers that club head down and through, holding that face nice and square.
Beautiful steady head too, right? Something has to stay steady and calm in the swing. If his feet are moving around, the head needs to be still.
That's good advice. Now up at 17, Reed with his second. He's 6 under, 1 over on this round. Oh, and here's a beauty at 17 for Reed. Just 4 birdies at the penultimate hole so far today.
Next weekend, we will be at Muirfield Village with Jack. And it's the Memorial Tournament presented by Workday. Rory will be there. Colin Morikawa, John Rahm, Xander, Jordan Spieth, Will Zalatoris, Patrick Cantlay, of course, with his track record there, and many others. There's a look at some of the notables, and there are many more. Bryson has signed up for it. He's had to pull out right before the start of the last 2 weeks. Maybe he'll be back. He's a past champion there, but we will be on the air next weekend with you both Saturday and Sunday with extended coverage. Look forward to being back in Dublin, Ohio.
2 of the best courses on the tour, back-to-back weeks, Colonial and Muirfield Village.
We're at the 18th and Davis Riley.
Okay, we're trying to land in 124, and with the wind, we gotta hit a 140 shot probably? Yep. Okay. Now you like that guy just right of it? Yeah.
Center of our tower and let it drift in a little right-left on the breeze.
Back in 2015, he was given the Byron Nelson International Junior Golf Award along with Sam Burns. He and Sam played on the Junior Ryder Cup team together. Davis was a star on the Palmer Cup team, which will be contested at the end of next month at Geneva Country Club in Switzerland. Okay, well, just how do you gauge it? The winds are so strong and unpredictable right now. We're at 14.
And Todd's birdie putt.
Got some movement to the left in the middle of it.
Just outside of 20 feet. It's looking pretty good. Just didn't dive down there at the end. Maybe playing a little extra break to account for that wind out of his right on that putt. So par keeps him at 8 under. 1 behind right now. And Scheffler has a birdie putt coming up from 12 feet. Have you seen anything in the stroke today so far, Dottie?
I think it just looks a touch tentative. But again, it's just a wicked day to play golf. And your stroke changes depending on where the wind's blowing from. Right now he's going to be putting down ice skating rink. It's just hard.
Yeah, it is. Golf's a hard game, and on a day like today, it's just accentuated so much. And Trevor, you know, you just got to lag it down there. Just keep getting it somewhere close to the cup. If one happens to drop in, it's a bit of a bonus on a day like today.
I think if you wanted to nitpick about the round, you would say it was pitching has hurt him more than putting, really.
As it gets toward the cup, it should try and fall a little left. Tentative, what a call. Dottie, exactly what he did there, leaving it that far short from 12 feet.
Yeah, obviously the wind's playing on his mind, and he made note of it yesterday that he was really struggling with the speed of the greens coming in, and that's continued today.
So still no birdies in this final round, but somehow still in the tie for the lead. I can tell you what's going through his mind. Scotty, what are you doing leaving that putt short? Up to 15.
Stallings is so far left. He's having trees directly in front of him.
He actually got a drop, Jim, and he's actually got a great angle now from 128. That was a great break.
Turned it into a birdie hole.
You saw the ball of Harold Varner in there close, but he did, speaking of Harold, hit it out of bounds at 14 like Riley did. and made another triple. So this is what Scheffler's done this week off the tee here. Remember yesterday, the red line, he just blew it over the corner and was in there so close, and we theorized maybe too close.
I think so too. He's only 60 yards. But as Trevor said, having that extra gear, that extra 10, 15 yards makes such a big difference.
This is the similar line, a little left to yesterday's line. No, it's way left to yesterday's line, okay?
Looks like you just got through 10.
Sitting up, though, it appears.
Good angle into the back right hole location.
Yeah.
Can he make one birdie in the last 4 holes? I mean, they're not long holes, as we all know. Just have to get one in there somewhere inside 10 or 12 feet and make a putt. Give yourself 4 looks at a birdie in these last 4 holes if you can.
That is a tremendous way to look at it.
Hang on. A skateboarder?
Hang on left. There's a bunker over there. I believe he's found it. Up on the green. Stallings. Who's a shot off the lead. Again, it was one of those tied early stages of this second 9.
Just to come up a ridge in the middle of the green here. Be hard to get the pace right.
From just over 40 feet. Seen a lot of players from here blow it by. This one, pretty good effort.
It's threatening for a while there, Colt.
It was. That would have been an all-time birdie after that break.
Let's go to 17.
And Reed after the beautiful approach for birdie. So players getting fooled with that whole location. He's only had 1 top 10 on the season. That was the second at Bermuda. Currently in a tie for 7th with 1 hole to play. And that just shows how hard the wind is blowing around that 17th green. Up to 18.
And it's Davis Riley long here.
Not a hard little pitch off the upslope. These guys eat these for lunch.
Who would you rather be right now? Scottie Scheffler playing the 15th hole. Haven't made a birdie yet today. Conditions are getting close to impossible. Or Sam Burns sitting in player dining right now, having signed for 65.
Sam Burns at 9 under. I think it's going to be really hard to make a birdie in this wind in the closing 4 holes. Now Scottie has the length and obviously the ability. Got to give himself some looks at birdie. But I wouldn't be shocked, sorry, with a playoff at 9.
The tour has been coming here on a regular basis since 1946. No one has ever won this event with no birdies or just 1 birdie in the final round. We're at 15 and Stallings.
Big putt here. Stay in the match.
It's a good putt.
Good 4 in the end after the pulled tee shot.
Back at 18, Mito Pereira. He had it to 8 under early in this round, coming on the heels of the heartbreak at Southern Hills. This for par to close. Good for him. Oh, what he would have given for a par last week on the 72nd. Would have had the Wanamaker Trophy in his hands.
Or a final round 71.
What a classy young player. Stood in there and poured his heart out, as candid as could be in his interview with Amanda after letting it get away from him off the tee at the 18th last week.
Come on now. I thought 2 off the tee. This is feeling like maybe and seeing as we're on the right side, going to the right pin, I almost go with that. It certainly puts us at 2. Club coach flags are here showing as well.
Hard day to get your yardage book to even cooperate.
I concur.
Yes. Yeah, you know, Dottie.
Yeah, the back edge is exactly that. You said 160, correct?
This isn't that bad. Flat line in the bunker, back right hole location.
153 is the total of anything, Ian. It's on a,
Yep, microphone's a great target.
it's on a little bit of an upslope.
Oh.
Right edge of the camera tower would be a great target.
Keep turning through. For those at home watching this, you watch these guys. They never try and lift it up over the lip. They never try and stay back to hit it in the air. They keep rotating through. Get a good solid base. Make sure that right foot's dug in and just keep going.
8-iron in his hand.
Top Tracer technology provided by Top Golf.
Very good. Really good shot. Kept it on the right level.
Okay, Dottie, can Scheffler, before we get to that, let's see, stalling is at 16.
I really just want to play with a front yardage, Colt. Let it kick forward.
That front yardage is 172, and this a 9-iron for Stallings.
Gets a nice kick off the bank too. That was a little wide of its marks. Good now.
Very generous bounce.
So Stallings will have some 15-20 feet to tie Scottie Scheffler. And that's where we head.
Yep, we're live. Dottie, what can he do with it?
He's going to have to give it a little respect, I believe, to the left side. 106 takes the bunker out of play. 111 hole and a flyer.
Hoisted up and over.
Oh, good job landing it into the bank, actually.
On the dance floor. Tied was Sam Burns at 9 under par in the final round of the Charles Schwab Challenge.
Cam Davis, as he's taking a look at this play here, working up the fairway. Davis finishing up at 18. Nice drive, just trying to get this one to the bottom half, and actually you can see that one just spills over the back edge. And so Davis, with that wind just whipping right now, at the 17th, he is in a tough spot. Look and see if he can get up and down from there. Patrick Reed, it appears, is taking a drop. He's got an official there with him. And they have marked to make sure, as that ball fell a little further, want to make sure it's no closer to the hole. And so Reed working the 18th, and now looking out of this primary rough at 154 yards. He drove it up the left side, and when you're up the left side here, you have the lake ahead. And so if you try and play a little bit of a hook shot, which is required coming around these trees, you have to be very careful for the lake. We've seen a few that haven't been able to deal with that extra pressure. At 18, Patrick Reed looking at his yardage from the left rough, 154 yards, and there are trees that come up and protect this left side. And there's a two-tiered green, and if you're playing right to left as you come into this green, that is a big pitch on the green.
And we're at the 15th, and we're live. And we've got 2 birdie bids coming up. Not that they're all that close, but Todd will be first, then Scheffler.
Well, good on these guys, though, because this is the 3rd hole in a row that they've each had birdie putts. I can't say that with many groups out here right now.
Yeah, good point. And it's essential.
Both players with uphill birdie putts.
Okay.
Always aggressive holding speed, Brendan Todd. Very confident putter. And from where he's come from, a few years back, he didn't think he'd ever play on PGA Tour again. He was battling away. He couldn't hit the side of a barn for a couple of years, and he's really fought back. I admire him.
Fought back and then won a couple of events in the fall a couple of years ago.
It's hard to do, Jim.
I can attest to fight back from a terrible slump.
This guy's no slump, that's for sure.
That's a heater that he's on.
The last player to win 5 tournaments in a year was Justin Thomas, 2017. Jordan Spieth, his good buddy, won 5 in 2015, including 2 majors and the Tour Championship. Today he could get number 5. Could take the lead back outright if he holds this. Watch
It's
out.
got pace, big pace.
See, a little tentative on a couple of them earlier, and now he's thinking, no, come on, give this one a good hit. 8 foot by. Really struggling with the speed. Something's got inside his head.
At 16.
A chance for a little reversal. And Stallings can get to 9.
Got a great read from his playing partner, Harold Varner III. This one's moving left the entire way. Oh, didn't hit it.
A little timid. So to be fair, we have not seen a ball move on the greens. It's just the 20-mile-an-hour breezes. So really, hats off to the agronomy team here. It's just a plain good old hard golf course here in Fort Worth. Actually, 3 of the last 4 weeks have been winning number has been in single digits. Various weather, but firm and fast makes it tough as we go back to 15.
I was talking about the last to win 5, JT in 2017, and I mentioned Scheffler's buddy Jordan with 5 in 2015. He wasn't the only one that year.
Yeah, Jason Day as well, winning a major that year, the Whistling Straits PGA against Jordan Spieth. Great sportsmanship shown there, you know, down the end of the track. And he won 5.
Now to stay tied.
9 feet. What a putt.
Whoa.
As pure as it gets.
Best stroke of the day. That's the heart and resolve of number 1.
Yeah, you don't have many frailties to get to number 1 in the world, especially at 25 years of age, looking for his 5th victory of the season. Shake off those couple of little mistakes like at 12.
But he's got to look up at the board at some point and see that he's got a number posted he's playing against. And Todd needs to knock this one in and find a birdie over the last 3 holes if he wants to get to that number. Or who knows, maybe he'll exceed it with a couple. This first. Okay, it's a 4. Birdie's the first 2 holes, and not another birdie to be found after that on that card. So as we hit 6 o'clock Eastern time, and we continue our final day coverage, entering our 5th hour. What a wild day it's been here. Gateway to the west, and the winds whipping up here, creating all kinds of issues, bringing so many players into the mix. We've had 5 different players at some point share the lead. Now there are 2. One of whom, Sam Burns, somehow shot 65 today. It's the best round by 2. Well, I correct that, Danny. Lee also had 65. But later stages is the point, what he did. And you can see the last 2 pairings. Yeah, there's a lot of damage out there.
How about, too, if Sam Burns would go on to win from 7 behind, it'd be similar to last week with Justin Thomas.
Exactly.
7 back.
That's exactly what you're right. Scheffler was 11. Burns was 4 at the beginning of the day. We're at 17.
And Stallings with the iron off the tee.
Just looking for something around 230, Trevor. Oh, but he's got this one going up the right. It's going to need a good bounce to stay in the fairway.
Let's see.
Oh, I got a nasty one to the right.
Yeah, just nestled up against that thicker cut too. He's going to be blocked out by some trees. Back to 16.
And Dottie, I saw there 2 clubs, so imagine they're in 2 minds as well.
We're hearing that 9-iron is the one that has won the the battle back here. 172 to the front. That's your number to really focus on.
Right about now, you just want to sit on the chair, have a pizza, and gather your thoughts, isn't it?
Funny you mentioned that. This is where a pizza was delivered actually up to this green during the 91 Women's Open. The pace of play was so slow. As
Like
we watched
today?
this ball in the way. Lori Garbazzi placed an order from a phone bank on the 13th. Well done there. And it was delivered here. Full pizza.
Scottie Scheffler was trying to deliver. It just needed a good bounce. Surprised how soft that stopped. Straight down breeze. If this, imagine if it lands a yard further up. It catches the collar and would run all the way around. He knows it. Ifs and buts today. We are in the Wild West. Sure.
You just kind of focus on the things that you can control, and that's making good decisions, making solid contact, not getting too far ahead of yourself or beating yourself up too much.
What did she order, Dottie? Pepperoni?
I don't know, but it was the stuff of legend.
Yeah, Meg Mellon won that year, 1991.
She sure did. What a player.
It was actually the first time a winner of the Women's Open had made a 6-figure winner's check.
Times have changed. Now, Todd.
One more club.
Just go a little left and get a kick. And run around the slope, maybe. Just the breeze holding it up. What a crazy day here in Colonial. World #1. It looked like a shoo-in to win. Not so much now.
Scottie Scheffler taking a look at the opportunity to pick up his 5th win of the season, another 500 FedEx Cup points added to his list, and he has just been money throughout the course of this season. Waste Management Phoenix Open. He was a winner at TPC Scottsdale, and when he finally broke through, it's hard to believe that he was able to just rip off win after win after win, and he did it at Bay Hill. And then looking for another 5 tour wins in a season if he can ultimately get it done. He was able to win at Arnie's Place with the cardigan and the trophy in hand. He's trying to join the likes of Johnny Miller and Tom Watson with 5 wins in a season before the beginning of June, if he can do it. World Golf Championships title. And then he was on his way to winning at Augusta in search of his 5th victory in his last 10 tour starts. And he has a sizable lead right now in the FedEx Cup standings and looking to see if he can add to it. First FedEx Cup points leader, first to win here at the Charles Schwab Challenge if he can do it, and first world #1 since Adam Scott in 2014.
We're back at the 17th. Stallings with some tree trouble.
And a nasty lie, Trevor. 162, got to hit a big slice with an 8-iron, but can't slice it out of that lie. This one's heading left.
Yeah, with all that grass around the ball, so hard to tilt the axis on that ball and curve it.
I believe it went long and left.
Okay, can see the ball. Looks to be a clean lie with lots of green to work with. Back to 16.
Well framed this green. That far away from this beautiful clubhouse. Not overly long, 184 yards, but not playing that today. Straight down breeze. And that was the name we saw on the top of the leaderboard. 2-shot lead at the start of the day. As you can see, it's all gone in the wrong direction for all but a few players today.
Pretty hard to ignore those boards. I think you waste more energy not looking at them than just glancing at them and noticing the scores.
And we're looking at guy 2, Ian. He averages, he's 3rd on the PGA Tour for birdie average. He nearly makes 5 birdies every single round he plays. It's a shutout so far today, Dottie.
Shutout with a chance to win.
Yeah.
That's why I think you just have to, you do need to stay in touch with what's going on, because you can burn so much energy thinking I'm over par, I'm getting nothing out of this round, when in fact you're right in the middle of it.
I agree.
You were right in the mix there at that US Women's Open, Dottie.
I actually played with Meg the last day.
And I remember Ben Hogan came out to watch. Was amazed at the talent and Meg Mallon's win.
He played 300 tournaments, 64 wins.
Wow.
Yeah. Took a little hop, a couple of feet in front. But the one I like about the great Ben Hogan, 76% of his starts he finished in the top 10.
He and Byron Nelson, the two Texans at the time, they were incredible, weren't they? What records. We're watching that now with Spieth and Scheffler.
Yep.
So many others from Texas as well.
Proud lineage of Texan golfers. To 17.
And Stallings, any good news down there, Colt?
Well, the good news is he has plenty of green to work with and a pretty good lie. But I tell you what, this 17th green is baked out, and he's going to be going straight downwind. This thing is going to be lightning.
Yeah, we saw Riley from about 20 feet or so almost putted off the other side of the green.
About the last 15 feet are going to go straight downhill and pick up some speed.
All right. Here's the bad news. He's 13 for 24 scrambling this week. Just needs to go a little more and gets hung up.
I can't believe he left it that far short.
17. Only 380 yards, but playing so difficult in this final round. Back to 16.
Chance for a three-way tie. Just had to wiggle to the left. He was going at snail's pace too. Three-time PGA Tour. Went up looking for his fourth. Good effort. Burns still looking pretty good in the clubhouse. But Scheffler more than capable of birding one of the last two holes.
Well, you keep looking at the name Sam Burns, and if he weren't around to see some of it, it was a pretty superb effort on a Sunday. I'm talking 65. That's a birdie at 2. Here he is at the 4th for another one. What a bonus that is. 7th hole. And at 11.
Well, someone was finding the cup at some time, but he did play a couple of hours earlier before the wind was perhaps quite as strong and the greens weren't as burned out.
Of course, he's already won twice this year, so he and Scottie, 6 wins between them all. You know, this impressive play. It's been a mess. He finished at 3:47 Central Time, we're just told. So we're coming up on almost an hour and a half since he finished the round and signed for the 65. We're at 17.
Hour and a half. He could have gone to go play another 9 holes.
Not here.
Okay. Stallings trying to save par here at 17.
Yeah, must make time, Trevor. Just over 10 feet. This back right section of 17 is pretty flat, so shouldn't be too much in this one.
Not really a putt that you could try and force in because it's so quick once it gets to the hole. Oh, just a touch too much speed. It was looking so good. Scheffler's ball on the way off of the 17th tee.
That's a bad mistake there, missing this fairway.
Really is with just the long iron. That pull that we've seen a few times from him over the weekend here.
Yeah, that yesterday afternoon, back nine, 3 or 4 of them.
Yep, they attributed it to trying to flight the ball down. Gets a little quick, gets that club face shut.
Seems to also happen when the trouble is on the right and he overcorrects and just starts it too far left.
There's a pattern, yes. Yep.
Well, there's trouble on both sides on a lot of these holes too, isn't there, with the tree canopies. You can be just on the edge of the fairway and still have trouble with the tree canopies.
Yeah, this course playing it more than 2 strokes over par today. Now Todd. Looking for something just short of that fairway bunker.
Don't really need any more than 245.
That one leaking on the wind down the right-hand side of the fairway. Will be interesting to see if that canopy hangs over and blocks out his view of the right hole location. Up at the green, Stallings for bogey. And makes that. So missing the fairway to the right, costly here. And now 2 behind. Will need to hold his second up 18 to tie Burns in the clubhouse.
Here's a leaderboard. Things are at least settling down a little bit, maybe, after that mystery hour where we suddenly went from 5 players at one point at 10 under par, sharing the lead, and then all of a sudden, just pure havoc broke out all over the course. Out of bounds, in the water, missed 3-footers. And it's been fascinating to watch because it's not the normal script you see on the PGA Tour, but of course the conditions dictate this.
Total chaos. Gusting winds. Firm, fast greens drying out in these 95-degree temperatures.
Also just shows what a crazy game it can be. It took Scheffler 52 holes before he made his first bogey, and now he hasn't made a birdie for the last 16.
Yeah, it was this very hole that he's playing today where he made that first bogey of the tournament, the 17th hole on Saturday. We're at the 18th tee with Stallings. Look at that. All birdies this week.
He needs one better than that if he wants a chance.
Right.
Good strategy, 3-wood. Let it drift on the breeze, get it way down there. That's just a sand wedge in from there.
And Harold Varner, he was 10 under at one time. He's now -1. And that stretch includes a birdie at 15, where his second shot actually hit the flagstick. He settled about 5 feet away, and he made it.
Tell you what, though, Jim, he's held his head high throughout the whole thing.
Yeah.
Oh, no. Absolutely nailed that drive, Colt. That's found the water.
So Sam is going to head out now and go through the warm-up process in the event a playoff is necessary. And he and Scottie Scheffler, there is a very close bond between those two. They actually hosted a retreat here in Fort Worth just last fall for promising Division I golfers. It's a Christian retreat, is what it is, and it happened, as it just so happens, here in Fort Worth last December. It's golf, basketball, pickleball, and the two of them were the hosts.
That's amazing.
And
isn't
now
it?
here they are in Fort Worth.
Yeah, they're fine.
Tied at the top of the leaderboard.
They really are.
Both
great role models.
Both 25 years old. Born just over a month apart. Scottie will turn 26 2 days after the U.S. Open. Sam will turn 26 6 days after the Open Championship. Maybe we're going to see them in a playoff. Who knows? Let's get back to you, Trevor, at 17.
Scotty chatting things over with Ted Scott, his caddy. Brendan Todd is going to go first.
All sorts of tree trouble. 160 is the total. We're hearing that it's 8-iron in his hand. Must flight this ball low to start with and then hope it can get back to that traditional Sunday hole location.
Maybe under and then over that second tree. Is it cutting enough?
It's trying. Center of the green.
A little backstop just to hold it there. That's a pretty good shot, all things considered. Keeps himself in the picture here with that shot. How's Scheffler's lie?
It's not bad. You got to plan on it jumping some. It's a gap wedge in his hand. Angle is wonderful. And no trees in the way.
Okay, so coming out of the rough, he's going to get less spin, land it on the first third, and hope it chases back into the corner.
I think he can land this ball 142 or 3.
Just hanging on the back corner. Got a little fortunate there with the bounce off of the shoulder of the bunker. Take another look at this through impact. Lie seemed to be pretty good. But the hand comes off here knowing that the strike was not what he had in mind.
Past champions here. You'll see them. Recent ones. The Charles Schwab Challenge is sponsored by Geico. You could save even more by bundling home and car insurance. FedEx, where now meets next. And by Charles Schwab, the official investment firm of the PGA Tour. Jason Kokrak a year ago. Berger before that. Nah, before that. Rosie before that. You saw Kevin Kisner. So who's next? Stallings walking around to get a look at the angle, but again, he's at 7. So Colt, you pointed out, he's got to hold the shot to have a chance if he wants to win this thing. He will have a short club in his hand.
Yeah, he has just 107 left. Ball above his feet. Wind pretty hard and off the right.
Sand wedge into the middle of the green, let it drift a little on the breeze, spin left down to the pin.
Easy enough.
Yeah.
The last time someone hold it for eagle was 4 years ago, 2018. Rory Sabatini in the 3rd round.
Can he do a little Asao Aoki and hold the second shot like Asao did at the Hawaiian Open 40 years ago for the victory for an eagle at 18?
Ground hook. Tight.
Pretty good try. Could have taken a bit more of a bounce forwards.
Okay, Trevor, you ready to call perhaps the winning putt of the tournament?
Always ready, Jim.
I know you are.
Is Scottie Scheffler ready to finally make a putt here?
That's the real question.
This is a tough putt to make, too. A lot going on down there, Dottie.
Now there's a swing over that subtle shoulder that runs vertically through the back half of the green. Then it actually heads downhill to where the hole's cut.
Remember, this is the green that he 3-putted yesterday to make that first bogey in the tournament. Got the speed wrong, hit the first one way by. Settle. Settle. Gosh, almost identical to what happened yesterday. And a similar putt to what we saw Davis Riley hit a little while back.
Exactly. That speed again. He was really long at 15 and then he was short at 16. Long here.
Sam Burns looking better and better.
And we haven't seen any putts hold here in the last couple of hours, Trevor, have we? I mean, it's a tough read.
Yeah, it sure is. Tough to get the correct speed as well. Todd now.
This one will go left early. He's looking pretty far out to the right, and it'll have that similar sort of speed.
Further right he goes, the less chance of it getting away from him. I think he got fooled and maybe even a little concerned after seeing Scheffler's ball take off.
I'm not so sure that was squarely struck.
Up to 18.
And this is Varner for par.
Just trying to get this thing over with.
Never would have believed it as he waited for the ruling at the 12th hole. Not that there was anything that was wrong about the process. It's just they had already been backed up because of a ruling on the 11th hole that involved Cam Davis. But he comes out of that fried egg, front bunker at 12, has to wait for his par attempt, which he would end up 4-putting. And he goes from, at one time, 10 under on this side, all the way back to even. Unimaginable.
Tied 27th, even par.
Scheffler to save par and stay in a tie for the lead. Oh, what a beautiful putt from just outside of 8 feet and a fist pump to go along with it.
Scotty with the Scotty.
That's right.
Does it again. 15 and there. 2 great comeback putts.
And that is exactly what you're supposed to do if you're world number 1. Make that putt.
He's a competitor. Remember he beat John Rahm last year at the Ryder Cup in the singles.
Take another look from this angle. Can't get enough of it. And he knows. Oh, Todd trying to make this one down the hill. Okay, very well done. That is a difficult putt to make down the hill, right to left. So Todd stays at 8 under, 1 behind, still in it, heading to 18.
And at the 18th, Stallings can pull into a tie for 3rd if he can knock it in for birdie.
So close again, like Sam Burns.
Another one, too, that had it at 10 under par.
Still the best week of his year, Scott Stallings. Hometown qualification for the hometown US Open coming up. You mentioned it earlier.
From that 12th hole in, 3 bogeys. Tied for 4th with Tony Finau, who's going to have a very high finish with a lot of people dropping back. It's going to be second time top 5 in the month for Tony. Had second place tie at the Mexico Open at Vedanta, and Davis Riley at that number 2. So Burns continues to get loose all over again.
Hitting balls down the first fairway, loosening up there.
Scheffler waited all day for a birdie. Will it come at the 72nd to take the tournament?
And the focus changed so quickly to about what they were going to do off this tee. It was before they had really even gotten off the 17th green. They were standing along the edge and they're looking at the wind, looking at the yardage book. What are we going to do? All the focus is forward.
Three would start it down at the clubhouse. Make sure you keep it out there plenty far to the right and let it drift in on the breeze to the left. Or start it down the left and cut it back into the breeze and have a longer shot in.
His comfort shot is the cut. That ball is not cutting. It's a high draw.
I like using the wind when it's that strong, and he's done that down the left side, no problem.
Appears to be setting up just fine. The man who can make birdies in bunches, but has been absent of one today on the card. Meanwhile, Todd looking for a 3.
Driver for him. Not surprising. Comfortable turning it around the corner. That is well out to the right and actually bleeding a little right.
Sometimes I can tumble left. Let's see. Just trying. Okay, that's sitting up too in a good angle.
Yeah, very good. Little right to left slope. That'll be comfortable for his shot shape.
So when Scottie Scheffler won the Masters, he shared a house that week with Sam Burns. And here they are tied for the lead. And during the Nelson a couple of weeks ago, Sam stayed at Scottie and Meredith's house in Dallas. So that's a close bond. I mentioned the retreat. Now you know that they've shared the home together. The winning week for Scottie at the Masters. Maybe they're about to tangle in an extra hole, which would begin right here on this 18th. But let's see what happens here first. Get to the Srixon shots of the day. And you got to talk about the second putts. He ran it past at 15 and somehow unflappable makes the par save. Just when you think, well, that can't happen again, can it? He does it at 17. Truly, for his cause, the shots of the day, the Srixon shots of the day.
Par saves. You got to get used to that around Colonial. A day like today, par is golden.
Just a reminder that tonight on CBS begins with 60 Minutes and America's longest running cattle drive, followed by the Equalizer plus NCIS, Los Angeles, and SWAT tonight on CBS. Now here's a guy that has come in with these clutch putts but hasn't been able to find one to put a circle on the card. You remember earlier in the show we were showing you folks how our Colt Knost went on the Wall of Fame at Royal Oaks and talked about how Scottie Scheffler used to watch him. Scottie was young. And there you saw the plaque for Colt right next to the great Don January. There will be, no doubt pretty soon, a plaque for Scottie because he has set the course record at Royal Oaks over in Dallas. Not once, not twice, actually 5 times.
Wow.
He shot 62 to set it, broke his own record down the road 61. Then he shot 60, 59, and not long ago 58.
Unbelievable.
How about that? Somebody sets a course record 5 times, got to be a record.
Well, see, he could have set it, 5 shots lower, way back,
Right.
but he just wanted to set it more times.
He's that good. He's that good.
He's like that great pole vaulter that every year he'd set it for another centimeter higher, and he'd keep beating it, and he still has the record of 30 times or something.
Look at that great lie right there, Ian.
That's perfect.
Dottie, what's it look like from down there?
They both have drawn good lies. I don't think they have to worry about overspinning them, but they're good lies.
So if a playoff is necessary, it would be back to 18. If it goes beyond that, they go to 16. And then 17 if necessary, before they would come back to 18 again.
Okay, so Brendan Todd has to make birdie to tie. Scottie Scheffler, does he go try and knock it close and make the birdie to win outright? I think from that angle and that distance, that's exactly what he does with a sand wedge. Try and make birdie and close it out.
Scottie has 122. Brendan 146.
One thing's for sure, Dottie, Brendan Todd's got used to hitting first today off the second shots.
39 is our pitch.
There wasn't much question about that.
Yeah. You know what I mean? And with the front being 99 with the Charles Schwab, full period, you got less than that.
Teddy Scott there. Scott Scheffler's caddy. He might be the secret weapon this year.
I wanted to tell you had 430 wind. That grass is 430. That American flag is 430. You get 450. Love it. Hit it at the big window and finish it left edge of the big window. Yep. Love that putt.
And Kirk Wallach there with Brendan Todd doing a fine job as well.
That's a gap wedge. On a very good line.
Get up. Ah.
Had to get a little bit of a flyer and didn't get it.
Or a yard to the right. One or the other.
Wow. Well, he had to go, Dottie.
Yeah, he did. He had to go, and he did. Lob wedge for Scottie.
And again, we've seen a lot of that today, Dottie. Ian, where short club in the hands, and they end up plunging into a bunker. You just can't even get a wet shot close in these swirling winds. Now, Scheffler. Did he tuck it? He's leaning. No, it's also same thing.
Oh, well, that flew in the bunker as well. Remember, we saw what happened to Harold Varner at 12.
It would have been pretty good if it
and another pull.
went so hard to the left.
It's not a plug.
That's good. Give him a chance.
What happened back, Dottie? Could you tell about the contact?
I think the wind just knocked it right down. Contact was okay.
Yeah, that's what we were talking about. Can't get a wedge shot close today on these Texas winds.
Fortunately, he's great out of the sand. He's 5 for 5 this week, so that's one saving grace for Scottie.
Scottie's parents, Scott and Diane, are here, as is his youngest sister, Molly. His wife, Meredith, we've just been told, is not here because she is the matron of honor for her sister Stephanie's wedding, which is tonight in Quinlan, Texas. Now, you know, Scottie is in all likelihood going to be attending that wedding. That's 75 miles east of here. So, you know, you sign up for the tournament. Yeah, we got the wedding that day. Unless I'm winning it, I'll be there on time. Folks, let's delay the start of this thing.
I think so.
Let's see what happens. And maybe Scottie will show up instead of black tie. Maybe he'll wear the plaid jacket.
Yeah, I was thinking that. Might have the plaid jacket on.
He's got to get up and down here first, or hole it and maybe make it on time. First, though, Todd, who has to make it because he's one behind Burns.
Both with similar lies, slightly on the upslope.
How difficult is it, Dottie?
It is doable.
Okay.
The situation is difficult.
That's right.
Yeah, it's no gimme up and down, that's for sure.
Beautifully played.
Well, he made it look easy.
He's still upset, though, that he had it to 10 under par and share of the lead. Now, if Scheffler can do the same thing, this tournament will be extended. Well, we've had so many comparisons between what he's done and what he's doing and what his pal Jordan Spieth has done in the past, and we've seen Jordan whole bunker shots to win at Hartford, to win at John Deere. Scottie hasn't won that way yet. Maybe he's got a little Spiethness in him right here.
That one we called it the Travelers was pretty special, wasn't it?
Could it happen again? Oh, that is going to be 5 feet for a playoff. A little heavy, Dottie.
That was definitely heavy.
Well, you always tend to be a little heavy rather than a little thin in this situation, because a little heavy, at least it pops out and rolls and gives yourself a putt, but thin, you might be 20 or 30 foot long, so not so bad.
He's just made 2 remarkable putts that were longer than this, 15 and 17. Well, as you said, you've been coming here since 1985. You've no doubt had this very putt before on a given Sunday. What does it do?
I actually had a putt of about this length for birdie, and I made it when I won.
Same angle?
Greens were different then. You know, they've had that little bit of a redo over time.
Yep.
I don't think there's much in it. Do you allow a little bit for that wind, though, Dottie? It's whipping across that green.
It is, and you've got to stand up and hit a putt with a lot of conviction. It's got to go in with some pace.
Like he did at 15 and 17.
Absolutely.
For the playoff. He's done it again.
Those 3 putts, he'll remember them for a long time. The par-saving putts at 15, 17, and 18.
Fearless. Up and down out of the bunker. And now he'll be going back to the tee at 18 for a matchup with his buddy Sam Burns. And it'll be a 3rd place finish. Brendan Todd, 71 today. To think these 2 go out last. Those birdies at 1 and 2 for Todd, the only circles to be accounted for out of the final pairing. None for Scottie, but he's going on to extra hole. Had to make this with a Hogan-esque resolve. Boom.
Banged it in. Didn't give the hole away. That right to left breeze just made it a fraction right left perhaps, but back of the cup. Tiger-esque in a way as well when you think about it, making those par-saving clutch putts.
We're going to be heading to the 18th tee for the playoff between Scottie Scheffler and Sam Burns. We'll be back at the Charles Schwab Challenge in just a moment.
So they will sign their cards. Sam Burns has certainly been done for quite some time. Scott Stallings and the others, they were trying to make their charge up, but Scottie Scheffler, in the end, a couple of key putts made at 17 and 18. And we take a look at how they have fared at the finishing hole. That's where we will start our sudden death playoff. 438 yards, a pair of birdies for Scheffler, and a big one from 31 feet nearly on Saturday. All pars for Burns throughout the course of the week. And so these 2 will try and battle it out, and we'll see if indeed Scheffler is to keep that winning formula going with his 5th win and 10 starts, if he can get the job done. 11 under to start, 9 under to finish, a 2 over 72. Yet he is in a great position now to see if he can win once again. So tied at the top, Burns will wait just a little bit longer for Scheffler to get back out and ultimately see how this playoff goes between the two. Scheffler, 25 years of age. Sam Burns in his mid-20s as well.
Well, there is Sam Burns, who finished 2 hours ago. He's in a playoff with Scottie Scheffler. He's been warming up on the first fairway, and they will head back to the 18th tee for the first playoff hole. 2 hours ago. Amazing finish for Sam Burns with a 5 under 65. Here's what they both did in the final round here at 18. Scheffler in yellow down there on the left side, just a sand wedge in. Sam almost made his birdie. He hit his second shot into about 30 feet beyond the hole and was just an inch away from holding that putt.
Here's the Burns highlight package. Again, doing some business early at the second.
After a birdie at the first.
To think he was 7 shots back at the beginning of the day at 4 under par.
His third birdie there at the fourth, and then another one at 7. This is his 5th birdie of the day.
If he goes on to win this thing as he makes birdie here at 11, he would match the tournament record for the biggest Sunday comeback. Nick Price, 7 back in 1994. Now here's what Scottie's done today. At 6 for par.
And once again, the speed just wasn't right. He struggled this at 12.
This is his only other mark on the card. The bogey at 12, where the wind and the green crusty as any we saw out there today. Then the save started coming in at 15. Then at 17, these both after running the birdie putts by the hole at substantial distance. One more at 18, Ian.
Yeah, it was amazing. The bunker shot wasn't that bad. He left it under the hole so he could be aggressive with the putt, little right edger. But those 3 putts for par. And remember, he will remember them.
We're talking about 7 for Burns, could match the biggest comeback. Just 1 week, though. Don't forget, after a 7-shot comeback by Justin Thomas at the PGA, we have the playoff coming up.
These two players, they've accomplished quite a bit so far in our 21-22 wraparound schedule. And he knows that both players can look at the others with a great deal of confidence, knowing that they've been able to get the job done. 3 wins in a little over a year's time for Sam Burns, and 5 wins possibly in 10 starts for Scottie Scheffler. So Burns was able to back up his win at the Valspar Championship a season ago by coming back and winning again earlier this season, and also captured the title at the Sanderson Farms Championship. So he is right there with Scheffler when it comes to FedEx Cup points, when it comes to just cresting at the right time with victories, winning performances. And you're looking at the way both players have put their schedule together. They seemingly find themselves in a great spot every Sunday for a high finish. Scott Stallings finishing with that 2 over 72, so he was 2 off par and 2 out of the playoff. Brendan Todd 1 over and missing the playoff.
Two of the multiple winners on tour this season. Burns with a couple of victories. This big Texan with 4. Dottie's going to be monitoring what Scottie does. Colt will be eyeing Sam. Here's Scheffler with his playoff win earlier this season at the Waste Management Phoenix Open. And Burns 1-1.
Yes, he beat his friend Davis Riley in the playoff there, so he's already beaten one friend this year. Can he beat another?
Look at that. They're just having a good go of it, laugh and pat and nod to each other. All right, for more on Sam, Amanda, I'll send it down to you.
Yeah, Jim, you know Scottie Scheffler with his ties to Texas, this one would be special, but it would be really special for Sam Burns as well. He lists his favorite golf memory growing up being right here in 2011 with his dad and brother when his idol David Toms won the Charles Schwab Challenge. So how cool, what a full circle moment this could be, that he was watching as a 14-year-old kid and could now step in his really role model's shoes.
How about that? Of course, that's
cool.
the whole Shreveport connection. David Toms, such a wonderful guy. Now, of course, playing PGA Tour champions and always gave his time to junior golfers.
Major winner, PGA champion in Atlanta.
And David's son, Carter, and Sam Burns growing up as great buddies. So it's all of these ties that you have here, but boil it down to one thing. You know, you got two guys that are best of friends.
And as you mentioned, had that retreat here in Fort Worth and doing so much for the local young golfers. Staying in each other's house, staying together at the Masters. Well, hopefully that car that one of them's going to win goes a bit faster than that cart.
Ian, I don't think you have to worry about that.
I can smell the fumes from here, Dottie.
I can hear the rumble.
What's up? Jim Whitney's working with Sam has the honor. 18, 17, 18, okay? I'm right here. Charles Wade, 26. Yes. All right. Let's see what I got.
So again, 18, if it goes beyond, it goes 16, then 17 and 18, all if necessary. It's been a long time. I mean, he did go back and warm up, hitting balls down the first fairway, but basically talking a couple of hours.
And the biggest difference here is in that 2 hours since he finished, the golf course has changed. Yes, the wind is still the same direction and same speed, severity, but the greens are totally different.
You might remember, so much has happened since that time, but when he was playing the 18th, he had a putt from 30 feet that burned the edge. Talking about Sam, we said, oh, probably be one short. It wasn't. Here's the tee shot.
Perfect.
Colt.
On the breeze, excellent. Center of the fairway.
Just what you want.
Neither player has a tee shot that really is the one they love to look at. Both of them faders.
Sam went to the little draw shot. And this one is fading down that right side. Now it's starting to turn a little bit. Again, he gets some great bounces here, and he's going to be well back, but safe.
That's the difference with the fade back into the breeze. Doesn't go as far.
A Scheffler-Burns playoff between two best buddies.
We look ahead to the Memorial next week, and we had quite a finish a season ago, and it really had to do with what happened off the course as well, with John Rahm testing positive for COVID. Patrick Cantlay, as he was in position to win for the second time at the Memorial, would come in looking for birdie at the second, then adds another at 13, ties Colin Morikawa for the lead. Both players battling down the stretch. Cantlay at 17 to 13 under, tying the lead with Colin Morikawa. And then they went to extras. A playoff par makes it. After Morikawa missed his par play, Cantlay becoming the 7th multiple winner of the Memorial Tournament. And a big week for Cantlay on his way to what ultimately would be a 4-win season. And he'll be back as the defending champion. 550 FedEx Cup points going to the winner. So that's a sizable chunk. And the Memorial carries with it a 3-season exempt status to follow the win. We'll look forward to our trip to Dublin coming up. 9 under at the end of 72 holes. And we have our two players tied for the lead. A couple of tee shots in the fairway, both looking good. Up the right side, Scheffler will be the first to play.
Back live for the playoff. Second shots coming up into the 18th. Scheffler is away.
Scheffler is 37 yards farther away than he was in regulation.
But in the fairway, Dottie.
In the fairway in a flat lie.
Yeah.
Here's a look at the ball flights.
Yeah, and the draw with the wind flying and running farther than the fade back into it. Looks like about 20 yards between them. Both the caddies are good players too. Teddy Scott does some teaching. Very, very good player. Still hits it far. And Travis Perkins played on tour for a year. Sam Burns caddy. There you go. 26 yards difference.
Ride it? Yeah. We had 35 straight in with 5 past, which is 140. Makes sense, doesn't it? Yeah. Okay. Should I plug this down, if anything? Yep. Finishing just left of the dark blue Charles Schwab. Brilliant. Mostly across. Yes, sir.
He's got pitching wedge in hand. Looks like he's gonna, or sounds like he's gonna try to sling this ball in there from the right. It starts well right.
It's trying to turn over. And it's the great bounce toward the left side of that green, but call it 35, 40 feet.
Yeah, it's going to be a tough 2-putt with coming across that green downwind.
I like starting right on the ball. Anything just right of it with this ball. Man, please. Yeah, go with that. 25.
Sam Burns has 140. The wind died momentarily, but now a pretty big gust just came up. This is gap wedge.
What a ball.
This ball trying to draw towards the flagstick.
Oh, what a bounce that was. It was like rock hard. Settle. Okay. Crazy first bounce there, Ian.
Huge bounce on the breeze there. See, if you land it short of the flag, you land into a little bit of an upslope, and he landed just past the flag, slight downslope.
Again tonight on CBS, it all starts with 60 Minutes in America's longest running cattle drive, followed by the Equalizer, NCIS Los Angeles, and SWAT tonight on CBS.
Both players around between 35 and 40 feet. As you said, it'll be interesting. You see that car there, one of them's going to drive away in it. Neither one of them were born when it was made, 1979.
That's so true.
17 years. Oh, boy.
According to the shot link, it's going to be Burns' play.
And Jim, I flew down here with Sam Burns from Tulsa, and I can tell you he looks much more comfortable on the golf course than he does on an airplane.
Okay. Nervous flyer?
Just a wee bit.
Okay. That car, 1979, he referenced, and giving it away here. That year, Al Geiberger's last of 11 tour wins was the Charles Schwab Challenge here at Colonial.
Cool.
And he was a high school golf teammate, was Al Geiberger, of Charles Schwab.
Who'd have thought it?
You can't make it up. Back at Santa Barbara High School. So anyway, that's the 79 edition that's going to go to one of these two gents. How hard is this play coming up here, Colt?
Not too bad, honestly. This is very similar to what Harold Varner had earlier. It's just a little downhill and moving to his right the whole way. But it has been a while since he's hit a putt.
Scotty's not even looking at it. Now it turns. Here's the putt on the way for Sam. Goes right at the end. Oh, what a putt! He did it!
Unbelievable putt there from Sam Burns.
Oh.
From off the green.
Outrageous. We haven't seen anything like that in 3 hours. You get to the playoff and from off the green.
What a time to make a putt. Here I was thinking 2 hours he hadn't seen the golf course, it'd be different. It didn't make any difference to him.
Look at it turn. Find its home.
And Scottie Scheffler was on the side of the green about 10 feet away from that going in.
Nice putt.
Well done. Good putt. He's got to accept that, though, and in his mind think, OK, I had to expect it. I've just got to go whole mine now.
You remember Dottie at Augusta? We talked in one of our production meetings with one of his former college teammates and said, Scottie is so competitive. Don't be fooled. It doesn't matter if it's ping pong or anything.
That's so
Remember?
true.
So nothing he would love more than go right on top of that one.
Well, if it goes in, it's the longest putt he's made all week. Longer than yesterday here in regulation.
Has to have it. Keep turning. Sam Burns comes from 7 down and matches the biggest comeback in history at Colonial. He takes the Charles Schwab Challenge for his 3rd victory of the year.
Seven victories between them this season.
Amazing.
Just amazing. Remember, he held a long putt in the playoff to beat Davis Riley as well.
So he moves close to Scottie Scheffler, as you saw his wife Caroline come out to share that victory moment. There they are, the top 2 in the FedEx Cup standings, in a duel that we'll long remember here. Let's go to Amanda.
Sam, you hadn't hit a putt in over 2 hours. Talk me through what you were just able to put in the bottom of the cup.
Yeah, gosh, I don't even know. I think just with the conditions today, how tough it was playing, I was just so proud of the way we hung in there. Just played such a good round of golf today, and Travis did a great job all day just keeping us in it, especially after hit a foul ball on 12 and just kind of kill our momentum. But just proud of the way we finished, and then, I mean, to make that putt is just icing on the cake.
When you were 14 years old, you were here with your dad and brother watching your role model, David Toms, win. If I were to tell that 14-year-old kid you would be doing this 11 years later, would you believe it? And what is the work that it took to get it done?
Yeah, man, I don't know if I'd have believed you. I would have wanted to, but yeah, I remember that week like it's yesterday. You know, watching him make the wedge shot on 11, and then to finish it off here and have his family here. I remember walking around with Carter that day. So yeah, that was a really fun memory for me. And then you know, to add my name on that list is really cool.
Thank you. This has been an incredible day to watch you. You hung in there. Congratulations on your 3rd win of the season.
Such a big win. Sam Burns, just like Scottie Scheffler, both have to consider themselves playing at such a high level right now. They don't think there's a tournament or a competitor that they don't think they can go toe-to-toe with. And this is now back-to-back weeks on the PGA Tour that someone has come from 7 shots off the lead to win. When you consider that, it is certainly impressive what we watched Justin Thomas do a week ago, and now Sam Burns this week. 9 under wins on the first hole of sudden death. Sam Burns, he will happily take that trophy and look forward to his name to be placed on the wall of champions here. You can log on to PGATour.com, listen exclusively to the winner's press conference as Sam Burns comes away with the title. This concludes the PGA Tour's final round coverage of the Charles Schwab Challenge from Colonial Country Club in Fort Worth, Texas.